Okay. That doesn't look half bad. Look at God. Hello, 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 my YouTube family. I'm getting ready to go live on TikTok. It's Friday night, and this is the place to be. We have unfinished business. I'm your host, Marquise. For anybody that does not know me, I'm only here on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. All these shows, you will actually hear the voices from my TikTok people. But YouTube, you're definitely a part of the show as well. Any comments that you post will be read and addressed right along with my TikTok family. And I do want you guys to hit that thumbs up as you're coming in. If you're watching the replay, thank you so much for your love and support. Please like, share, and leave those comments. I do read them and I go back and watch them. So in just a moment, I will be live on TikTok as well. Give me a second. What I have to do is okay, my bad, folks. All right. But welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm coming to you from my new area. Long story. When I'm looking down at the computer where I'm typing. When I'm looking up is where both cameras are placed. So I'm trying to adjust. So it'll look a little weird, but actually it looks like the color looks a little bit better tonight. So we shall see. We shall see. All right, let me get this thing live. I apologize. It's going to take me a minute to get myself programmed and on the live on TikTok. Then I have to do the intro all over again, and then we can get the show started. So it's going to be a fun night. Typically, I have a big subject of the night, but I don't actually have a main subject tonight. So I'll get to revisit some of those other videos that I've done on various subject matters that I hadn't been able to address in previous shows. So if you want to know what I'm talking about here on TikTok or YouTube, all you got to do is to follow the videos. I do a video for just about every subject that I'm going to cover. So in that minute of enlightenment or entertainment, it's going to be a piece there to let you know what we're going to be discussing on Friday night. So I'll just run them down for my YouTube people before I go live on TikTok. We're going to be discussing Ashley Babbitt, Chris Brown, Scott, the Marshall County man. I'm super excited about that, and Shiloh Hendricks if we have time. I know that sounds like a long list, but sometimes these subjects, I'll throw out a name and introduce the topic, and it will go for hours, and I never actually make it to any of the other subject matters. So we're just going to see how that thing goes. Without further ado, let me go ahead and get these buttons pressed. All right. We unfinished business. It's all right. Ooh, baby. All right. Unfinished business. All right. That's gonna hit a goal. I think we're going to start tonight with Yaz Scott. She's the nurse that got herself into a world of trouble for going live and passing out meds and making medical errors and breaking HIPAA laws, all for the sake of about 60 people watching her. So I think we're going to start tonight's show talking about that only because I saw her in a live where she was literally doing nothing, but but just sitting there, and they were giving her gifts. So maybe I should try that. Let me know once you're in the room. Introduce yourself on the YouTube side so I can shout you out along with my people on TikTok. So. All right, give me a second or two more. I have so many buttons to hit. And I don't want any effects because they said they don't want that. So we're just gonna sit here with the plain background and keep it moving. And I'm gonna introduce my wall as well because it's now gonna be part of the show. Gotta love TikTok. You gotta love it. All right. Let me restrict this for people that are just grown because I don't have time for people's children. I have children of my own. I do not want to come here on Friday nights and deal with other people's kids. All right. Microphone sound looks to be good. So we're going to Get this thing rolling. Is that everything? I do believe it is. And we're live in three, two, one. It's Friday night. It's your boy Marquise, and you know what I came to do. Nobody can do it quite like me. Come on in the room. We have a lot to discuss. I'm super excited to be with my TikTok family once again. I am live here and in that other special place, the tube. If you catch the hint. So you can tune in on either platform to watch the show. We got a lot to discuss tonight. I want to thank you all for your love, your support, and for watching those videos. Tonight's episode is unfinished business. The last few episodes of my Friday Night Lives have been dedicated to one simple subject because it was a big one. But tonight it looks like I got a little bit of a breather where I'm able to tackle some of the other subject matters that I did videos on that we never actually touched on or we didn't spend a whole lot of time on. I do have one big one that I want to start the show with, and that's only because I ended up in her live somehow because, you know, this app is messy. Miss Yaz Scott, we're going to be discussing her. We're going to be discussing the Marshall County man. We're going to be discussing Shiloh Hendricks. We're going to be discussing Chris Brown, which will only take a minute. And we're going to be talking about Miss Ashley Babbitt because apparently crime does pay, and it pays handsomely, even to traitors of the country. So with that, come on in the room, make you some friends. Let's get the tapping that screen up. We're going to try to move this thing up to the 10K mark. My boxes will be open to anybody, my friends, my foes, and even you trolls. Just try your best to be a little bit respectful. You know what I mean? There are only a couple of rules when you're in the room with me. There's absolutely no cursing allowed in the comment section or in the boxes once they're open. Again, feel free to attack the subject matter, but do not attack each other. We don't need that. I want to also take the opportunity to introduce you to my lovely wall, because that's what you guys are going to be seeing for the foreseeable future. This app has decided that they no longer want us using green screen, and because I've worked very hard to get where I'm going, I do not want to lose my page. So I won't be using green screen in any of the lives moving forward, or nor will I be using them in my content. The rules have just gotten a lot more stringent on this app, and I don't want any community guidelines violations at all. And they're very easy to get. I get them for comments quite a lot. So with that, yeah, welcome. This is what you're gonna see: a wall, plain black wall. Oh, it's not black; it's gray. Plain gray wall. Dinosaur, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on in the room, people, and let's get the tapping that screen up. Let's move it on up to that 10K mark, and then we will get this show started. All right, I got somebody on the. I'm sorry, I can't even announce this other place. You guys know I'm on my other platform as well. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I see you here. I'm looking down because I'm operating in two different places right now. Please shout yourself out so I can introduce you to my TikTok crowd. Good to see you. Let me turn this volume up. Okay, hopefully everybody can hear. Hey, Red Boss, how you doing tonight? Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's get the tap of that screen, folks. Let's move this thing on up close to that 10K mark so we can get this show moving. All right. I think I have everything going. All right. I'm sorry. Let me sharing this thing out myself. I don't actually guys do anything that I don't do myself. So in addition to getting these boxes ready, set, and go, I'm going to be sharing myself out as well because, hey, you got to do what you got to do. There we go. Welcome to my new background. This app has gotten serious about that green screen, so you guys won't be seeing it in any of my videos or any of my lives. So you guys, it's going to be very important that you go and watch the videos so you know right away what we're going to be discussing. All right. Thank you all for tapping that screen. Let me share myself out, and we're going to get started. Look like your life may already be in the room. Let me see. TT, where you at tonight? Where you at? Tiger Boss. Y'all better be nice to Tiger Boss tonight. I'm not in the mood for the foolishness. All right. Jessica, hadn't seen her in a while. Crystal, the homie. I happened to come across Studio Q in a live. If you guys don't know, she's like the biggest Whitney Houston fan alive. She met her a few times. I actually um, saw her on the red carpet like a couple of days the week that she passed away. So it was really cool to sit in the room with her. I think she goes live every Friday, or not every Friday, every Wednesday. She called it a Whitney Wednesday. So I tuned in to it to get some, some insights, some stories, some, memories, what have you with her. I thought she was really, really cool. Just happened to pass by her. I seen her. I remember seeing her on Fanatic. If you guys know anything about that, that was on MTV, I believe, way back in the day. But yeah, she met Whitney Houston there and was a lifelong fan all the way up into her passing. So I thought that was kind of cool. All right, all right, all right. Let's get to tapping that screen, folks, so we can get this show a-blazing. Let's get it moving tonight. Let's get it moving. I think we're going to start tonight's show talking about Miss Yaz Scott. Does anybody know who that is? Oh, I forgot to share myself out. No, I've already shared myself out. Thank you for sharing me out, Miss Red Boss. You're more than welcome to come on up. We won't waste any time tonight. Yes, yes, Scott. Do you still hear about the not so resilient Jenkins? I'm still very good friends with the first baby mama, Miss Arlita. She took the baby daddy to court here recently, and I've been on and off following it. Resilient Jenkins, I do not. Yeah, Arlita. I do not. Yeah, she's great. She's really, really great. I do not really give Resilient Jenkins any of my view time anymore, because I just think that she's just plumb ridiculous at this point. I know they had gotten kicked out of the apartment. They were allegedly living in a hotel, and it just, to me, it's a lot of it now is just starting to feel gimmicky. You know what I mean? So I stopped giving her my views. But yeah, Miss Arlita, I go to her page every now and then just to check on her, see how she's doing. She seems to be doing great. And of course, she's still battling with Drew for that back child support. So that's about as much as I know about the Resilient Jenkins. I've had a lot going on here lately. You just follow Reddit. Oh, okay, I get you, Celine. Good to see you tonight. All right, please, for the people that are in the room, tell me, are you guys familiar with Miss Yaz Scott? She just went mega viral here in the last couple of days for something not so good. Um, and I'm gonna start the show with it because I actually happened to come um, across her page. She went live tonight, right before I went live, maybe 2 hours ago. Oh, thank you so much for that gift. I appreciate it, Celine. She basically is the nurse she went live. She only had about 60 people in the room. I won't say only because, anybody that shows up for you should be appreciated. But she risked her job as a nurse to sit on a live for TikTok. People inside the live were saying, hey, this is not a good idea. You need to log off the live, do your job. We don't want you to lose your job. She ignored the people. She cussed them out. I mean, acted a plumb fool. Only, and then, of course, it came up to time for her to start, filling up the trays to pass out the medicine. The names of the patients were being heard, which is a HIPAA violation. And she then went and gave the wrong medication to a patient. The patient was due that medication, but the patient was due the medication during the day, not at night. And so you saw her run off to it was a patch, to take the patch back off the patient. And then she proceeded to go off on the people again. It was the most ridiculous thing I think I have ever seen. Needless to say, I'm not thinking that things are going well for her right now. I kind of got the impression that she may have lost her job. At least that's what everybody was saying in the comment section. But she basically ended up going live, and she was just sitting there like this. Thank you for the gift. Oh, I'm okay. Yeah, I made a mistake. And she did that for, I sat there for about 40 minutes just waiting on her to expound or actually say something. But it looks like she was just collecting gifts. And by the time I came back, she was gone. So I'm pretty sure she probably lost her job. Of course, I'm not celebrating it, but there were plenty of people on our page that were. And people can be very, very cruel, especially when you're having a viral moment, especially if it's something not so good. So I didn't understand why she was sitting there putting herself through that level of abuse, but she was. So best of luck to her. I want to know what you guys. What are y'all thoughts on this? On what is up with everybody's want and need to go viral, and and that's coming from somebody that's been viral many times. You know what I mean? People do not actually talk about how going viral actually has a downside. It actually has a negative side every single time. It doesn't matter if you went viral for something good or something bad. I've gone viral 99% of the time for something good, but people have found flaw. They will find flaws in it. Um, and they will trash you and bash you, and it just gets really, really bad. And heaven forbid you go viral for something not good. They really go into attack mode. And I went viral one time for what I perceived to be a very good thing, but I became villain number one here on TikTok for the better part of a month, and it was very, very difficult. You know me, it was difficult for me on and offline. I did not realize just how bad of an effect social media can have on your mental uh, until you go viral and people start sending you unaliving threats and things like that. So I really didn't understand why she was putting herself through it, but she was. It was kind of it was something. That's all I can say. How's everybody doing this Memorial? Is it Memorial? Yeah, Memorial Day weekend. Are you guys going to be barbecuing? Let me know if you're going to be barbecuing. I won't be. I have to attend a family function tomorrow, and after that, I don't think I'm going to do much of anything else. I may go out, get on the boat, on the paddle boat, and paddle around one day this during the weekend. But that's about as much excitement as I think I'm going to have. But yeah, that's pretty much how that thing's gonna go. I don't know where my people are at. I don't know if the app is hiding me, but they need to let my people know that I'm here because I'm leaving at midnight regardless of who shows up. So I want to thank the people that are in the room right now. Please let's continue to tap that screen. Let's move that thing on up so I can get put out on the FYP, so that TikTok recognizes that I do more than just content, that I actually do show up for my people on Friday nights. If you are new here, I'm only live Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight here and on YT. Same username, Faith and Bishop 2. If you want to subscribe over there, you could just go to the top of my TikTok page. It's in the bio. You hit the link there, it takes you right over. Hit that subscribe button. There's content that's unique to the YT page, including my documentary, Blue Blessings, a Bonner family story. Wonderful documentary. Get your Kleenex. It's triumphed over many, many tragedies, and it's me and my wife's real life story. We've been together since we were 12 and 13. She's a cougar. We're about 4 months apart, and we will be married 20 years at the end of this year, which I'm very, very much excited to reach that milestone. Not just because of the number of years, but because um, because they're quality years. You know, there are many people that are married for a very long time, but it's just quantity. We've been together so many years, and we got kids or bills, and we just, that kind of mess. And we don't have that. We have a genuine, loving relationship. Of course, every relationship has its challenges. Thank you so much, Gemini, for that live heart. I appreciate it, for being a part of that team and supporting what I do. But yeah, we have a pretty good relationship. You know what I'm saying? I think it's wonderful. So super excited to be reaching that milestone. All right, all right, all right. I'm waiting on my people to get here. I want to play music, but I can't because I'm on the other platform, which doesn't allow for music, and I don't want that the live stream to be cut over there. So I'm gonna have to sit here in the quiet. I would love to put up a green screen of what we're going to be discussing, but unfortunately, due to the new rules here, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with, people are not supposed to be using them, so I won't be. I do not want to be pulled off the FYP or demonetized at all. So I'm just going to have to follow the rules, even though many people seem to not be. Although I've seen a few people actually lose their accounts here recently because of it. Mooney, Mooney, Mooney. Looks like you coming in early. How you doing tonight? All right. I want to talk about Miss Yas Scott. I want to talk about Miss Ashley Babbitt, which I'm just perplexed at this particular story altogether. Ashley Babbitt is her family is getting $5 million in a wrongful unaliving suit. If you guys are not familiar, she with the name, you definitely know her face and you watched her past. She was one of the January Sixers that attacked the Capitol, you know, when they were trying to overthrow the government. And she was the one where the Capitol Police warned, do not come through the window, do not come through the window. And the window was busted. She was trying to get to the lawmakers and she jumped through the window and they unalived her. It was investigated and the pew pewing was ruled to be justified, but somehow their family sued, and we, the taxpayers, will now be giving her family $5 million for a crime. Make that make sense. So we're going to discuss that. Looks like Mr. Chris Brown is in trouble again with the law. He got arrested. He's been since set free or on bail, $6 million for hitting a producer with the bottle. I don't understand how, and I'm not going to spend much time on this story because I don't care anything about it. No, but I don't understand how celebrities with bodyguards get into any trouble because I would just let my bodyguards do all my dirty work. I would not be getting my hands dirty at all, especially as an entertainer with who's been in recovery or trying to regain his reputation for years now. So we're going to discuss that. I want to talk about the Marshall County man 2 years ago. That is correct, Gemini. It happened 2 years ago when he hit a Whitney Houston and hopped on a plane and flew back to America as if that was going to stop the law from eventually catching up with them. I thought that was just ridiculous. If I hopped on a plane and skipped out on that, I just never would have went back, or at least I would have sent my lawyers ahead of time to try to straighten things out. You know what I'm saying? You guys remember when Whitney Houston did the exact same thing? She got caught with the trees in her purse, and rather than and I like it because she said later on, I was not going to sit around and wait on those rental cops to arrest me. My sister's in the room. Hey, Toy, how you doing tonight? Um, she said she wasn't going to wait on the rental cops to arrest her, so she hopped on her flight from Hawaii and came back to America, and it turned into a big old mess. So yeah, Chris Brown did the exact same thing, except Whitney made sure she was straight before she went back to Hawaii. Chris Brown, unfortunately, did not do the same thing. So we're going to discuss that. I want to talk about the Marshall County man. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but you should be. He's out of Mississippi. He was a white T man that went into a black club. It was the CJ Lounge, and this guy was drunk and went into this black club and started throwing out the N word left and right. A good portion of this incident was captured right on video for the world to see. So you can Google it and watch it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Hey, Seventh Lyric, good to see you. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. So this incident went outside, and I'm calling the people that participated very good people because that's what Trump does when his people does something like this. So for the duration of this story, I'm going to call the very good people. So the very good people followed him outside as he was continuing to call them the effing ends, and I won't even call it a fight. A punishment of sorts was issued. The very good people grabbed sticks, they grabbed poles, and they went to work on that YT man. They hit him on every portion of his body. They then stripped him naked, and the very good people even offered him a drink. They poured beer on his naked body. He went to the hospital on Wednesday, believing that he had a broken jaw, and it's now being investigated as a hate crime. And I don't know why, because those very good people were just defending themselves against a racist person. I just think those very good people should not be facing any charges. I know you guys may not like that tape, but that's exactly how I feel about it. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Stop bothering people. Leave people alone. Everybody's not going to take it, and your online bullying does not work in real life. You signed up for that beatdown, and I'm glad you got it. And I don't care how anybody feels about it. Stop bothering people. We're not going to take it. We're simply not going to take it. And they didn't. So, congratulations to those very good people that made sure that he knew that term was not to be used. And I want to understand, why is it that you guys are so obsessed with using that word? I don't use it. You know what I mean? I just don't. But if I wanted to, I could, because I'm on the right color. All right. Okay, Mama. Good to see you. I don't condone violence, but this is 100% of the situation where I would look the other way. Absolutely, absolutely. Again, and you know me very well by now. I'm just of the belief that don't start none, won't be none, and I teach my children, don't start it, but you better finish it. And that's the way I felt about those very good people. They did not start this fight, but they finished it, and he earned it. He earned everything he got. So good luck to him. I hope that jaw heals up nicely. Maybe he would think a little bit more before he flaps it and uses racial slurs against people that are not bothering him in a space that was not even for him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Mama, I know you. We have the same philosophy when it comes down to that. Just doesn't make sense. Literally does not make sense. Thank you so much for that heart. I appreciate it, Toya. Shiloh Hendricks, we never did get around to talking about that woman. Shiloh Hendricks, I want to spend a little bit of time on her. Thank you all for tapping that screen. We're up to almost 2,000 taps. Shiloh Hendricks is. Can somebody explain to me, how do you get to be a millionaire by being a racist? I'm thoroughly confused by that. I stopped checking the account. The last time I checked her, it's not GoFundMe, but Send, Go, something like that. It was well past the $700,000 mark. If you guys do not know, this YT woman was on a playground. There was an autistic black child, 5 years old, that she claimed was messing with her child's things. And she proceeded to verbally assault this kid and call him the N word as well. It was all captured on video. All captured on video. And of course, the internet went wild. Things did not go so well for her. I do believe that CPS may have even been called on her, for her other kids, based on that particular interaction. Anyway, she claimed to fear for her safety and put up a fundraiser, and people just like her gave her nearly $1 million for it. I'm like, how do you get to be a millionaire by being a hateful person towards a baby? Where have we come as a society where that is okay and permissible and awarded, where we just continue to award people for terrible behavior, especially towards children? I don't know where we are, or why, or how did we get here. So I want to talk about all those things. So all right, it's the infinite money glitch of America, turning out millions since the 1600s. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that lyric. You're going to have to elaborate on that thing. All right, all right, all right. We are 30 minutes into the not 30, quite 30. Well, I was on YouTube a lot or longer, but we're rolling into the show. I don't know where my people are. I'm assuming that let me ask for the people that are in the room, did you guys see me on the FYP or you just knew I was going to be here? Because this is my people are not here. It's really really sad. I don't have I don't know what's going on here. Okay, you saw me on. You saw me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my people at. You guys partying? I could have just took the night off if I didn't know if I didn't think people were going to come up tonight. Hey, this may be a short show. I'm not going to stay here if nobody wants to be here. Seventh lyric, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. What I meant in the comments when you asked about how can a racist be a millionaire, and I said that's the infinite money glitch, turning out millionaires since 1600.
I get that, but why? How is it in 2025 that you can become a millionaire by simply verbally assaulting a black autistic baby?
It's what they love. If they get a rise out of it. I mean, when you don't look at a group of people as humans or someone people to respect or people to treat with integrity and respect and decency, then it's automatically going to be received positively when you treat those people with degradation and disrespect. So I would argue that what she did, and those 2 million people represent, there's a disingenuous idea that no, those are just the minority of racists in this country that don't that feel like that. We've moved on from America, and those 2 million people represent when you and I go into the workforce, our YT coworkers that we sit down or we have lunch with or may pass in the hallway or have you next to your cubicle or you may be doing construction with. Those are those 2 million that represents. The ones that you don't know, they may not say it out loud, but they'll support it by way of their money. They'll support it by way of their keystrokes. They'll hide behind a J or a K or an L, never revealing their name, user 357. Those are them. Those are them who feel the way that they feel, but they won't openly say it to you, which is why that white person got because he made a mistake of openly saying it, but they'll always feel the way that they feel, and that was a way for them to feel to support how they really feel. Oh, there's a woman who feels courageous enough to speak what we really feel, so we're going to back our dollars and pennies behind that. So it's not surprising to me because I've never looked, and this is just my submission, Mark.
Okay.
I've never felt that we have, or the YT community has evolved significantly from racism and things of that nature. Being that I have a mother that's 75 and was there during the tail end of Jim Crow era, as she put it to me, she was like, the people that I went to school with that fought against integration or fought against, a peaceful cohabitation between black people and white people. She said those people that I went to school with are those that are my age or who are those that had kids and grandkids. They taught that to them, and they were raised, and these are who we're in community with as of today. So it's not surprising to me. But like I said, it's the infinite money glitch. You be a racist, you a white you be a racist, or you gonna get paid.
It's insane. It's insane. And to your point, I can see that as well. And I really hate that because if I was willing to just sell out, I would make a whole lot more money on this app. It's the truth. If I could just somehow suppress my moral standards and integrity, I would make tons of money because I see it all the time. Those black Republican red hat wearing people get paid for spewing nothing but hate towards their own people, and the more that they throw our way, the bigger their followings get, and the more money and opportunities that they have. I just am simply I got to be able to sleep at night, you know.
It's so funny you said that. I had me and my mom. We joke. Me and my mom have a beautiful relationship, and I told my mom one time. I said, "Mama, I kind of regret you raising me pro-black." And she said, "What that mean?" I told her, I said, "Because I'm over here trying to gain generational wealth and be a multi-millionaire the right and legitimate way with
Come on.
racial integrity. I said it pays to be a coon out here. So
You. That is exactly right. They get paid. They get crazy paid on this app, and I'm like, I come here with righteousness, with love and God, and Lord knows. I can't even get a meal at Chick-fil-A half the time. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make, but the moment I say anything that's even remotely close to what they want to hear, the video will immediately blow up. And I had it happen here recently. I'm trying to think of which video it was, but it was one of those things where I'm just being 100%. It was the God dog. It wasn't. Was it Carmelo Anthony? It was. It may have been around the Carmelo Anthony situation where I basically put fault on both of them. You know what I mean? And as long as I gave a little bit to him, videos were fine. They love those, but when it turned and they dug deeper into the videos where they realized, okay, I'm not 100% on your boy's side, then it turned. So it's madness. I just, yeah, I wish I could coon. Not really.
if I could tap dance just a little bit, a few coins.
I just can't. I cannot do it, but they get paid.
Like that sister who tricked Maga. She went viral years ago. She tricked Maga into thinking that she was on their side. Created a whole GoFundMe.
And she paid for her education. I saw that. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I just cannot do it. I don't even think I would be convincing. You know what I mean? My face reads too much. And I would be saying the words they want to hear, but you'll be able to look in my face and know I don't believe a single bit of it. The colors. I could. See, and that's the thing. And I need people to understand that you just because a person says that they're pro-black, it does not make them anti-white. You know what I mean? I need people to understand that there's a big difference in just it being pro. You can be pro-black without being anti-white. My thought. But yeah, it's just complete madness. Complete madness. All right, let's get to it. Since we're talking about money and MAGA, I think that pulls me right into one of the subjects of the night. Miss Ashley Babbitt. What are your thoughts on her? Are you familiar with her?
Yes, the white tea woman whose family's about to get paid
$5 million of our tax dollars, and she was nothing more than a traitor to her country.
A whole terrorist.
A domestic terrorist.
When I saw that pop up, and I sat here, and I'm like, I should be surprised, but I'm not.
Oh.
But it don't stop me from still feeling the way because what it did for me, brother, was it brought me back to Carmelo Anthony.
Correct.
And it put things in proper perspective for me because my mantra I've been saying is I stand by my people, right, wrong, and dead ass wrong.
Oh, see, we're gonna differ there. I don't know about that. but I'm glad you brought that up because I think I may have been mixing my stories. It was him. It was Rodney Hendrick that people were going up for me on because I defended or I was not with him for unaliving that police officer. But we gonna get back. We can circle back to that. Go ahead.
I take that mantra specifically for that because
how? Okay, I know we're gonna get back to Ashley. How can you stand behind that man running over somebody that didn't have nothing to do with it?
That's the way you say it.
Because that's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Because I'm gonna put it to you like this.
What's up, Justified?
It comes down to it.
Don't give me that. They're a gang. I don't want to hear that. That man was retired.
That's not my primary reason. That's not my primary reason.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
look at it like this: when it comes down to the aspect, and I'm gonna just give my personal stance.
Go ahead.
Morality for me, in a country that has treated us with so much deprivation,
Mm-hmm.
is all out the window for me. We've given so much leeway because
Mm-hmm.
we're usually the people, and I know you can admit to this. We are usually the people that are black people are usually the first people to call out right and wrong.
Absolutely.
We
Always.
go against our own, even if because we always tend to stand on a high moral ethical ground.
That's a
And
fact.
I love that about us.
That's a fact.
Sometimes I feel it's to a fault. Reason being is because when they draw the line, they make it very clear that ethically they're going to side with what benefits them.
Hey,
And
like,
I hate that line's drawn, but I look at it as the reality we live in. We've always given leeway to, you know what, no, that's wrong. He shouldn't have did that, or she shouldn't have done that. Or we always look at it from all perspectives. They always usually look at it from the white tea perspective. And we always find ourselves combating, well, wrong is wrong. And they be like, well, yeah, wrong is wrong, but my skin color comes first, so wrong is whatever I say it is. And we're like, no, that's not right. And they're like, well, that's too bad. And so in his situation, I look at it as, and the reason why I support him, and I know it sounds bad, but I support him in his actions simply because of this. Too much blood and too many bodies have been piled up in our names even when we stood on the side of right. It didn't matter. We were persecuted when we were right. We were persecuted when we were wrong. We were persecuted when we tried to make amends, and we were persecuted when we defended ourselves. No black people, no matter what way they do it, were persecuted. So the way I look at it, internalize it, is if you're going to look at me as your enemy, if you're going to treat me or try to paint me as this monster, despite the many attempts of me showing you that I'm not, and history has proven to you that I'm not, and it's actually the reverse, and I've tried to have peace with you, I've tried to have common ground with you. If you insist on me being this monster, then damn it, I'm going to put on the horns, I'm going to get the pitchfork, I'm going to get the fangs, and we're going to rock out. And I'm going to cosplay this mug, because at this point, no matter what we do, it's never enough. So him losing his son, and I'm going to be honest with you, the unaliving that affected me the most was Sandra Bland. I see her face every time, and I instantly get emotional.
Sandra Bland, I think I was more affected by the more recent one, the one with the pot, the water, Sonia Massey, absolutely. Okay. Yes, that one tore me up.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think in where I stand now, and I'm gonna be honest with you, brother, that's where the morality wrapped up for me, because we always have to watch our own be broadcast unalived.
Okay.
Our bodies prostrated in the streets, and we always have to be the ones to forgive, cope, and move on. They go home to their family and live out their lives. I can understand where the brother is. It's like at this point, it's up for everybody. And I know it sounds egregious because we are not that type of people internally. We're not the ones that created this construct and spread this narrative.
So I'm not. You may be lyric. I don't know.
This is how this relationship is, brother. I look at you as the brother that, hey, bro, Marcus, stand, hey, because we're going to need you. You're going to have to be the face. Just cover your eyes and turn your head a little bit. And when we get done ravaging everything, we're going to need you to come up and do damage control and make sure that the image of our community is upright and proper. Let me go ahead and chill around a little bit. You have your purpose and I got mine.
I was like, look, lyric. I remember this conversation. The conversation is coming back to me now. I'm gonna once again give you the opportunity. What if this? Because basically, this was a flash. This man was retired. This man was no longer a cop. This man was anybody could have been doing that day. If that was your daddy, your brother, your uncle standing out in that street directing traffic at a graduation, would your answer still be the same?
I'm gonna be. You want my honest truth?
I don't want you to lie to me. What's the point of that? Please don't lie to me.
I'm gonna give you my honest truth.
Right.
I am very much aware of my biases when it comes to race. So it would be 100% still the same.
It would still be the same. You wouldn't.
It was.
It wouldn't have mattered if that was your.
I ain't gonna lie to you. White people would be responsible one way. I go look. I stand in my complete racial biases 100%. Hey, hey, what y'all do? What happened? One of y'all to blame for this at some point. That's a deal. It ain't right. Don't proclaim it to be. But
Oh, I mean, so you are 100% with this right, wrong. I'm gonna stand with. I'm gonna stand beside him. Oh no, I'm not doing that. Oh no. Oh no, I'm not gonna stand beside you. No, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna hope for for the best, but I'm not going to uphold anybody in the wrongs. And like I said, that video they loved because I would not uphold him in his wrongness.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me say this last thing.
Sure.
The antithesis of that statement is really this. It's the idea that I give my community grace when nobody else will, because I know that we're persecuted no matter what. Regardless of, like I said, whether we're the victim of the perp, whether we're the right or whether we're in the wrong, we're going to be persecuted. So I can correct you, I can reprimand you, but I'm not going to do it in the face of the general public, because the last thing I'm going to let them have is the joy in them thinking that I'm against you. I love you. What you did may be wrong, and I may not agree with it. But when I get done showing a united front, because that's what's most important in the very moment, because I'm not going to let them persecute you, because they're going to persecute you out of hatred.
Okay.
They're going to persecute you out of jealousy. They're going to persecute you simply because they do not want to see you breathing. I'm going to do it because I want you to change your life. I want you to course correct. So when I get done showing you a united front, when we go behind closed doors, I'm going to pull my belt off, and now you're about to go ahead and get this whooping. But I stand beside you in the face of those who don't mean us well. Because at the end of the day, is I understand you. They don't. And they'll always treat you with a degree of vitriol simply because this has been our history for decades and centuries. So that's really what that statement means. I may not agree with you and you're wrong, but I'm not going to eviscerate you, and I'm not going to let them castrate you. Not in my presence. We can talk about this in the back end. When we get home, oh, it's on the pop.
Hey, AJ.
But in public, absolutely don't touch him or her. They're mine to judge. They're my brother and sister. They're mine to sit down and talk to. They're mine to correct, because I'm gonna do it out of love. I'm gonna do it out of compassion. I'm gonna do it out of forgiveness. You strung us from the tree simply because you didn't like the fact that we wanted to sit at the same restaurant. I don't trust you with them.
Okay, I mean, I hear you a little bit, but Jesus, he ran over a person that had nothing to do with it. Just mowed him over. Don't do that. Do not do that, Lyric. Do not do that tonight. I am not going for that today. You ran that man. That man had nothing, literally nothing to do. I could not stand with him on that. I'm sorry, sir. You were wrong. You were wrong. I understood your pain. I'm sorry you lost your son. But now I would have stood. I think I would have stood beside him if the person he took out was the person that truly pulled the trigger. Now that I would have. I never would even made a video about it. Right, but for me, if the argument is going to be eye for an eye, you took mine, so I'm going to take yours. Again, both of them are wrong. So in that case, I would have been a little bit more understanding. It's still wrong in my obviously in my eyesight and the eyes of the Lord, but I would have been able to understand it a lot more than you mowing over an innocent person because that could have been anybody. That literally
You
could have
don't
been
ever
anybody.
ask me, brother, what I would do if I got the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet. You ain't gonna like that answer.
I'm just saying. Make it make sense. Thank you so much for that hard justified. Lily, please come in the room and help us out. I think Lily's probably worse. What's going on, Lyric? Please. I feel like you finna give me the same spiel Lyric gave.
Don't come for me because all I just said was hey.
We're. I already know you finna come with the same foolishness he came with. Okay. Hold on, because we're actually this is not even the subject we were on, so we're gonna hit this and go back to the original subject. Go ahead. What's go?
My question is, since they
Come on, Lee.
declared that young man's death a homicide, are they going to prosecute that police officer like they're going to prosecute the dead?
Oh, see, now that I didn't know. Wait, is that new? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they declared his
Unalive.
Sister said. I'm sorry, Lily. Go ahead. No, you good.
It's declared.
Declared a homicide.
Is that because of where he was hit?
Yep, because where he was hit.
Okay.
And how many times he was hit.
Okay.
Are they going to prosecute that officer the same way they're going to?
Oh, I like that. How many times was he hit?
I think they said 7 or 8 times. It was like 6 or 7.
Well, okay, and there were conflicting stories on whether he was hit in the back or the chest. Where were the hits? They were in the back.
And they came out the front.
Awesome. I mean, not good. not good that you got hit, but that's gonna make a very good case. I'm gonna assume that if it's classified that way, then he's gonna have to go on trial the same way. Although I want to see that same energy here online for it.
Little brother Marcus,
yes.
You said you're gonna assume.
Yeah.
And you know that he's not going to get the same treatment that the daddy is.
Because I haven't even heard anything about it. That seems like y'all should have went up for it like y'all did when the story first broke. I'm gonna have to do an update.
No, sir. I'm not battling with your people or your comments.
Oh, I'm doing an update. All right, I didn't know that.
I'm not to give these people a satisfaction of my life, of my second of a minute no more.
All right.
See, that's why I stay in TT jail dealing with your group of your comments.
And you gotta be careful because they trying to knock.
All of those people in the name of Heavenly Father Jesus.
Literally, I don't like how you come in here with all that with that kumbaya energy tonight, and we know that you're actually a villain yourself.
I am a healing soul.
Do not be fooled, Lyric. Please do not be fooled. She has a mask on right now, and it's going to slip at some point.
Let my mask be on the positive side because everybody that knows Lily knows that Lily can go there, and I refuse to go there with anybody.
All right. Somebody asked what we're talking about tonight. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different subjects to discuss.
Well, I'm not staying for 5 different subjects, Brother Marcus.
It's Marquise. How are you messing up my name, Lily?
Because I was listening to him.
Now you know me.
I came through the door being messy.
And you're doing a wonderful job at keeping it up.
And I was gonna get messy with the persecute too. I was just like, persecute. Wait a minute, is that a new word? I was trying to find a definition for persecute, but I was letting him have it. I was just because he was deep into the persecute. He said that quite a few often, Brother Marcus.
You better quit messing up my name. Moving right along. All right. What are your thoughts on Miss Ashley Babbitt? Do you even know who that is, Lily? No.
Is that the baby that's in the hospital still, right?
No, that is a totally different person. Ashley Babbitt is going to get $5 million of our tax dollars. At least her family is.
Oh, that lady in the park.
No, it's not in the park. This is the insurrectionist from January 6th that went through the window and the Capitol Police unalived her. She sued, and the Orange Man has agreed to pay her family $5 million.
Because I seen you do something about the lady in the park with the baby, and has she disrespected?
Oh yeah, that's on the list as well.
Okay.
That
I can't keep up with all your stories.
what?
They all are bringing in the same thing that Lyric said. All in the racist category. Every last story is all racist, and they're going to continue to win because of the skin of their, the color of their skin, which they don't have a color. So they're going to continue to, whatever we do is wrong, whatever they do is right, no matter how you blink your eye and look left or right. So I really don't have nothing to say about that because you know how I stand on, my own, beliefs in black, white, Asian, green, purple. It is what it is out here in this world. We just gotta just keep dealing with this orange man for how many more years and his shenanigans and hope that we can all make it. That's all that we can do.
I like that. AJ said it's complete BS, and I totally agree with you.
No, baby. I'm sorry.
Not you. I'm talking about.
I know. I'm reading that. I'm no baby. It's beyond BS. I mean, they're passing laws while we're sleeping in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
We're sleeping and they're passing laws, and we waking up to beyond BS. So it's like you can't even work overtime because now you're getting taxed on that. You're getting taxed on this. Everything is going up. I mean, in a minute, we all gonna be homeless.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. So, wait a minute.
They're still going to win.
So we have gotten the unfortunate. Hold on, we're still playing their game, so it is what it is. Okay.
And you're right. We're still playing that game, but what pisses me off the most about us is because we keep standing for it. It's more of us than them. If we learn how to kumbaya and stand together like they do, we will overpower them at any given day. But no, we always having a tendency to have a back and forth and want to be, oh, I'm better than you when we all completely the same.
Okay. Let me. No, you're good. I'm bouncing tonight, so it's fine. I want to take a moment to laugh at the level of unsmartness the Orange Man is. Of course, they've announced that Joe Biden has cancer, an aggressive form of cancer.
We knew that, bro, because remember for the last 2 years, he wasn't even being a president. The woman was. She was pulling all the strings at that time.
Orange Man says that he has stage 9 cancer, and I just had to laugh. Somebody has got to explain to me what is stage 9 cancer. No, I will not drop you. What?
Stage 9 is that every cancer?
What is stage? I am not dropping you, Lily. What is stage 9 cancer? I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I just want to know what stage 9 cancer is.
They said might as well.
Stage 15.
At this point, everybody that voted for him is just as
unsmart. Yeah.
Okay, is that the right word I needed to say?
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep it clean.
It's very unintelligent.
It's insane. It is very, very much insane.
It's funny because I'm driving behind this guy and he had Trump sticker, and he was like, "When you see me driving on the road, you need to pull over." I said, "Bitch, who you talking to?" I said, I jumped out my car. I said, "Lord, I'm going to jail today." I knew I was going to jail. I want to know who.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Now this is totally off subject, but have you? And I know I have tried my best to stay away from this Diddy fiasco.
I ain't playing with the baby boy. I stopped buying it.
Oh no, but have y'all?
I'm a woman and I stopped buying baby boy.
Cause he don't do nothing but mess up your clothes. You
I no longer want a man to massage me with baby or no more. No more.
So I've been following just a little bit of it because I don't want to be drug into it. But today it caught me off, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to at least mention it. Do you know that P Diddy has found a way for Barack Obama to be a part of the freak offs? Ask me how.
I don't. Just like he found the way to find TD Jake to be part of.
No, see, but not in that way. Not in that way. This is even better. Hey, Tiki Booyah.
It's a documentary out.
I don't know about a documentary, friend.
That's what Mama just said.
What? I don't know. Where is that at?
Yeah, it's a documentary. I think it's on Netflix or.
They came out with that pretty fast, didn't they?
They weren't playing any games. Okay. Tiki Booyah, it's a box open. You can come up.
Because I heard that they supposed to be freeing him. If they free him, they better free R. Kelly.
Oh my. Okay, can I get to the part where we talk about how Diddy managed to drag Obama into this suit? Okay. So they were on trial and they were interviewing. I do believe it was one of his assistants. So it comes as no surprise that P Diddy takes a myriad of pills per day. Some illicit, some that are legal. But one pill in particular is what caused. Oh, I understood, Tiki. Is what caused Barack Obama's name to be mentioned in court. So basically, and I want to know what street pharmacist he's using to get these custom orders. He was taking an, okay, I know I can't say this word. We're going to say X Stacy, his X Stacy pill every day. And the pill was in the shape and molded to look like Barack Obama's face. Explain to me why. So did he want to feel like Barack Obama was on the inside of him every day? I didn't know. Why did it have to be shaped and look like Barack Obama? So that's how Barack Obama got dragged into the court case today or yesterday.
I know that was so discussed. It's free on Netflix. I don't even know what that show is. I mean that app is. Is that an app?
Oh, I don't know what Plex is. That's different. I don't know what that is.
So.
What street pharmacist makes custom ecstasy pills?
Well, you can.
Oh, look at you. You wouldn't know now, wouldn't you, Lily? Maybe I should have asked you how do you order an ecstasy bill?
You have to have.
Just say shit. I don't know the recipe. I'm just saying.
Lily, please tell me how do you get a order?
One, by him having the right amount of money.
Okay.
The only thing it is just a little different plate. You know, you can make the little different plates into whatever you want it to be. Just like they're making them now into Skittles.
Oh.
So you can keep changing, and then it's different, manufacturers. So if one get busted, you got to know they have a backup plan for another person to do the same thing. So one would give you one strand. It's like the grass that grows that people use. Mm-hmm. So it's different strands to where you can mix it up with different stuff. Because now I heard they mixing it up with the what is the word I need to use? So the people, and it's not funny, but the people that's doing it, I call them the shamars.
Okay.
You know it. You know what they using, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Okay. So they mixing that with the shamar juice.
Oh wow.
So while their bodies is looking like we about to hit what is that movie I want to call it? Like they bodies just be bent all in 12 different spots at one time. So you definitely can get it done.
But why Obama? Is that not weird?
Sir, you asking me the wrong question now when you say why.
Why Obama?
Why you can't ask me? Because I don't have the P Diddy juice money.
I can
I don't have that money.
I can understand the Skittle thing, but why Obama? That is
They're even mixing the grass outside with. They're mixing that with a lot of stuff down too. So you know it's all kind. It's getting scary.
it's too much. Too much.
It's getting scary.
Oh, Lily, I am glad you're here because you work in the medical field. So
I hate it.
oh, good. So I want to talk about Miss Yaz Scott. I don't know if you've seen her on TikTok. She went viral just this week. I actually saw her on a live right before I went live, where she was literally just sitting at the camera. Thank you for the gift. Yes, I'm doing okay. Not doing great, but I'm doing okay. She never expounded. She never talked about anything. She just sat there and collected those folks' money. I'm like, y'all just really just throw money at anybody that's having a viral moment. Well, in any event, if you guys do not know, she went viral this week. She's a nurse, or at least she was a nurse, that went live with 60 some people in the room during her shift as a nurse. You could hear the patients' names being called, which is a HIPAA violation. Correct. But it got even worse. She was mixing up the medications while she was doing the live, and then went to deliver the medications all while live, and then gave the wrong medicine to one of the patient, and then she had to run away from the live to take it was a patch. She had to take the patch back off because she giving it to him like 12 hours too early. It was insane. So in the midst of this, the people were sitting down in the comments saying, you need to get off live. This is HIPAA. You can lose your job. And she's cussing the people out, losing her mind. Just, y'all don't know nothing, whatever, whatever. And she ended up obviously going viral. And I do suspect that she's lost her job because she was sitting there collecting those gifts and she was looking mighty sad. And so as someone that works in the medical field, what are your thoughts on this? Why is it that people
Very disgusting. Very disgusting.
Okay.
As you know, I have been on live with you guys while at work.
You have.
But I only show you guys the wall. Never showed you guys nothing other than the wall and the honey bun that I got.
Yeah, got flagged for. Yeah.
But that's very so much HIPAA. You and I seen your eyes when I said something, so keep it to yourself. But you already know what you're talking about.
Oh, it was real, AJ. She was back up there today. Hold on. It was definitely real.
As she should lose her job and everything that comes with it.
Yeah.
Because, dealing with people is very sensitive. A lot of people don't want to disclose themselves to the public.
Thank you so much.
Some people are young and they don't want people, and it's a safety violation on top
Thank
of
you.
that.
Thank you, girl.
And then you're showing
Snacks, girl.
Meds that people are taking. That is a very, very nonchalant. That's a negative.
Yeah.
The medical field is even getting disgusting.
Yeah.
It's very disgusting to even say that. Please don't tell nobody else I'm in the medical field.
My bad. We could talk about your formal profession if you're more comfortable with that.
I don't care about them people knowing I was a stripper.
Amongst other things.
And I know you don't want to go there.
I don't want to go there. Lyric may be interested. I don't think he hadn't been around long enough to know what you used to do.
I got all respect for midnight ballerinas.
Oh, she was worse. She would put Cassie and Diddy to shame.
That's what I'm talking about. Let me tell you something. When I saw a video of a sister, she was on the pole, and the girl got on top, and the girl was spinning on the pole, and the other girl that was on top of her was surfboarding, like she was in the water surfboarding, and they was spinning at the same time.
Wow.
You colored me impressed. At that point, strippers couldn't do no wrong in my eyes because you had to be
very athletic. Those girls,
they even have to be athletic. At some point, it become a performance.
Yeah.
I don't even think they're considered themselves strippers no longer. They're calling themselves performers.
Yeah.
Because that's all that it is just dancing.
Yeah.
Dancing. Ballerinas dance with no clothes on. What do you want?
Hey, can't argue that point.
There you go.
I
Now, what Marquise wants you to know is the other
want you to know.
Marquise.
What I'm saying is, I'm not surprised by anything that Cassie and Diddy were doing because I know Lily, and nobody's made my jaw drop quite like Lily. So I'm just saying.
Well, as far as I know, that Diddy was doing at least one of those.
Oh, wasn't that disgusting? Oh my God.
One of those that I was doing.
Oh, gross.
He was pulling the whole R. Kelly. So,
Just gross.
he was doing one of those.
Yeah, but you took it to the next level, friend. You took it to the next level.
Critical care RN, leave your phone in your pocket
Until your lunch break. Exactly.
Well, actually, you're not supposed to have your phone at all. You're supposed to leave it in your purse, your car, or your locker. Period, until your lunch break. So.
Yeah, I just thought it was a big old waste.
Especially if you're in the hospital, you could have left it at the nurse's desk.
Mm.
You know what I mean, and just showed the back wall. But you don't have to. People do things just to get attention nowadays.
Exactly, and that's the biggest problem.
It's sad because it's the new ones that's taking us old ones out because we don't want to be affiliated with them.
Yep.
We don't want no affiliation with these young ones because they don't do. They're not going to give you the care that us that's been grandfathered in 10 years, 20 years ago. They're not going to give you the same care.
See, but they're
going to have give you the service.
But the bad part about this is this girl is in her late 30s. She's not even young. I could have.
Okay, she's in her late 30s, but when did she start her career? That's the thing.
I think she's been an official nurse for maybe 6-7 months. I don't know how long she's been in the medical field, though.
So she's
new. New to that position. I don't know how much longer she's been working in the medical field, though.
Even working in a medical, I mean, you don't even have to start at the bottom just to become a nurse nowadays. You can start completely at the
That's
top.
True. That is true.
So 6-7 months, that's new. So you're going to expect a whole lot of things from these new versions versus the old ones. The old gray hair ones, yeah, it's time for them to go. You know what I'm saying? And then let us that come in behind them, you know what I'm saying, take over. Then hey, these new ones, I suggest you go and get you some meds over the counter, baby, because you ain't gonna make it if you keep going.
Because I mean, she cared more about the phone and those 60 people. I mean, this wasn't a live with 20,000 people. This was a live with 60 people, and you lost your job for 60 people.
Well, I mean, whether she lost it for 60 to 100K, don't matter. You should have thought about this long term.
Agreed.
COVID didn't help that influx of nurses because a lot of them got into the nursing field with the mentality that they're gonna make it all this money because COVID gave this false illusion. Travel nurses. Hold on, bro. I don't know if you've seen the story where there was one chick making up fake nursing license and got a bunch of people jobs, and they ain't never went to a nursing school a day of their life. I saw that. I did. No, but what I'm saying though is that you had nurses get on TikTok and get on the internet and glamorize how much money that they were making during COVID and a couple years after because of the necessity that it was at that time, not given the reality. Because I worked in the airlines and I was a sister who had got hired on at the airlines with me. No, I don't got no more buddy pass. Take it off. It was like a dog. Can I get a family of friends? It's taken up by the wife and her niece, so it's look. Cause I don't want to be on standby. I need to go and get my seat. Oh, you gonna be on standby regardless? I hate. Oh my gosh, I hate standby. Oh, I love it. Because if I don't want to hop on this flight, I'm gonna just hop on another itinerary. Now, give me the flight with the 12 crying kids. I'll be all right. I'm gonna just go ahead and just get through it. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They glamorize. You got all these new nurses that came in the field just for the money. They don't really care about the profession. So they coming in, like you said, lackluster. Don't really care about the patients. Don't really give a damn about the field. And then they just saw that, I can work 12 hours and make X amount of money or whatnot. Then they get into the field and realize because things have shifted from COVID and we in a different economy, things have changed, and so it's now not what they thought it is. So now it's being taken out on the job. So this is coming from my sister who's going for an LPN, and then now she's going to be a registered nurse, and eventually she wants to do a nurse practitioner.
So even though that they was giving us heck of bonuses during the COVID, at the end of the day, it still wasn't even worth it. It was not worth it.
Y'all was going through hell and high water
because they was draining us, and it was like more of a forced thing because so many people opt out, didn't want to do the job, so it was more of a we're being forced to go to work, and we're being forced to be on lockdown. It was a forced thing. And what pissed me off is when people was passing how they was telling us that we need to lie to the families and say that their families was doing okay. All along, their families is on the slab for 3-4 weeks already. So it was a more forced, disgusting thing to be dealing with during COVID.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I didn't know anything about that either.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not.
Wow.
Of course you're not. That's why when COVID lifted, a lot of us, we blanked out of them hospitals. We blanked out of those nursing homes very quickly. Very quickly. A lot of us went independent. A lot of us just went to temp agencies. You know what I'm saying? Because therefore, hey, we're not forced. We actually can say no. So, of course you're not going to hear about that type of stuff.
Gemini's coming back. Well, I thought you were. Okay. All right. Well, that's a good one. Let's pivot. Mississippi. Lily. CJ Lounge, tell me you know about this one. I think this is right up your alley. Okay. You see what I'm talking about? Just totally unreliable. Totally unreliable.
I salute them with my Alabama metal chair.
Listen. Oh man, me and my daughter had a viral moment with that thing. We absolutely. Now that you and I are gonna have to agree on. Now those are the situations I will stand with the people on. But that I feel is right. You see what I'm saying? That I feel that it's totally right. For those of you who do not know what the Mississippi New Now, thank you so much for asking, Miss Evil. This happened in.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear the question. I had a call.
Oh yeah, you know you're not reliable. I'm going to spill the story since there are a couple of people that don't know what I'm talking about. This happened in Marshall County, Mississippi, at CJ Lounge. This was a black owned and operated club. The club was full. The people I'm going to call for the duration of this story. I'm going to call. Yeah, for the duration of this story, I'm going to call them those very fine people because when Trump people do it, that's the way he describes them. So I'm going to do the same. So those very fine people were in the club. Oh, let me bring her up. Come on up, Evil.
I like her name already.
Me too. All right, Evil. So those very fine people, our people, were in the club minding their own black business. There was a white patron that decided to come in the club, which is fine, but he was drunk and decided to start hurling racial slurs at those very fine people. Those very fine people decided tonight was not the night, and they were going to nuck if they booked. So this incident spilled outside. All of it is on video, which I really love. You guys can go and watch it. You can Google it. Oh, you know I watched it. So those very fine people picked up sticks and other various objects, poles, and they proceeded to defend themselves. And they beat this man on every inch of his body. They beat him. They stripped him completely naked. And then they even offered him a drink. They poured beer on this man's naked body after they beat him into submission. And, but here's the thing, and all of it is captured on video. The thing I did not like, however, is that now it's being investigated as a hate crime.
Oh, come on, that's ridiculous.
That's what I. That's the part that I did not like.
How is it a hate crime when we do it, but when they do it, it's never.
Come on now. How will your act?
Listen, they constantly keep telling white people, we are not the ancestors. We're fighting back. This is our chance. And those same whips you gave us, we're going to reflect back on you at this point. There's no lifting up. This is what I support. I support it. Now go home to your family and show the whips. The whips.
Yeah.
And abuse and everything else, because only thing that they didn't do was degrade them even more by sodomizing them and peeing on them like they did us.
Or cutting off our genitalia, because that used to happen as well.
This is what I like to call the great new fad of FAFO. F around and find.
Yeah.
This guy was stupid.
Hold on just a second, Evil. I forgot to leave one more detail. He waited until this past Wednesday to go to the hospital because he now believes that his jaw was broken in the incident. I forgot that detail.
I have no sympathy.
Me neither. Go ahead, Evil.
Your jaw should have been broken when you decided to go into this establishment.
Yeah.
To
degrade people.
Start degrading people and trying to bully somebody.
Correct.
Because you allow alcohol to take the best of you and then get the best of you.
Yeah.
But Layla, you know what they say? Alcohol brings the truth out of people.
I think so. What's the term they say? A drunken mind speaks sober thoughts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At this point, since the Orange Man have given them the rights to just be blankly, come out and start speaking on it, they ain't even gotta get drunk nowadays.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
They can just say what they want to say until they go, like he said, you go F around and find out something different.
Yeah, I think it's just every time he's in office, it just seems like these incidents are more. Yeah.
He has caused the world chaos the first 4 years. He's causing the world chaos again another 4 years.
I believe that.
So blame everybody that went into that voters box, and that was blacks, whites, Mexicans, and everybody else.
I believe that.
They decided to say, I want him as the leader of this country.
Of the free world.
And they decided our faith and our justice at that moment.
I agree.
That man told y'all what he was coming through the door to do.
Correct.
He told y'all.
Correct.
But y'all decided that y'all still wanted this face to be on somebody's money, on somebody's any damn thing. So when people get to talking about a president, I'm like, I don't have a president. I don't have a president. At the end of the day, I don't know who I don't know who the president is. I don't know because I don't have one.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. Like I say,
devastating. Stop saying easy words. It was disgusting. It's disgusting that these people voted for this man. And now everybody, if you go on and watch a lot of orange face voters, they all regret voting for him.
Because they did not. They treated it like it was a boxing match. Say what now? Cree? Hello? Cree? Going once? All right, Cree, I don't know. I don't know.
Y'all stop talking. That mask was sliding.
It was about to come off. Let's keep tapping that screen, folks. Let's get on up to that 10K mark in the meantime. But yeah, I think that they treated it like a football game, and they just wanted their team to win. They never anticipated that those very things that he was spewing was going to ultimately affect them. They never anticipated that. So yeah, it's buyer's remorse at this point.
Let's go back to that one Mexican family.
Oh yes.
Let's follow back on that.
Mm-hmm.
He thought just because he voted,
Uh-huh.
and soon as Trump won,
Mm-hmm.
he thought his kid was still gonna be able to go across the street
And play. Oh yeah.
And what happened?
Pulled that pew pew on him.
Absolutely.
Sure did.
Told him you don't belong here.
That's it.
You need to go back across the border.
That's it. Hey, coach.
But as long as the orange man won president, those kids was fine.
Good to see you. Insanity. It complete.
I mean, so it's like you're teaching your kid hate. You're raising hatred for no freaking reason.
Agreed.
I don't teach. I mean, I teach my kids, hey, there's no color. You treat people how you need to be treated. How you want to be treated, that's how you need to treat people. If you can't treat people right, don't say nothing to them at all.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say to them, don't say nothing at all. And I'm fine with them not talking to nobody.
Keep your opinions to yourself. Nobody wants to hear
what
you asked about it.
I agree with that.
I mean, because if you disrespect me, I don't care if you're purple. I don't care if you're an alien from the sky. If you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you. I don't care who you is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how old you is.
Mm-hmm.
I fight from the age 1 through 99. I don't care. I fight kids too. I sure do.
All right.
I'm a Republican myself. I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm a Republican myself. You know, and there are things that I very much dislike what's going on right now, tariffs and all this other
insanity. Yeah.
I know. See, my issue with Trump is if he didn't do it all at once, if he just would have went the individual route, we wouldn't have the issue. We wouldn't have these issues that we're having right now, and that's a problem. He doesn't. Where are the people around him telling him this stuff? Are they that zombie?
And what do you mean by doing it one by one? Like he was going
country by country by country to try to make a deal instead of just saying, hey, we're going to throw all this at you at one time. That's why we're in the chaotic situation we're in right now, because he stupidly went and threw everything out at once, and it caused nothing but chaos all over the market, all over the world. You know, instead of doing the smart thing of going to each individual country and making a deal. And
Trump had no intentions on making deals with nobody.
Oh, we're getting there, coach.
He had no intentions. Y'all fell for the okie doke because that man blankly. Now that's the only thing I can say about that orange man. He is very blunt with his words. Now, whether y'all took his words and didn't understand what he was saying, that orange man got up there and said what he was going to do, and y'all believed him. But y'all must not listen to exactly what he was saying. He told y'all he was going to create backfire and war. That's exactly what that man got up there and told y'all.
Going to create what?
Interesting. Evil, I'm glad you are here in our Republican. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am pro-life, but I do believe that there are certain circumstances, like the health of the mother and whatnot. And I understand the concepts of women who can't be able to afford a child and whatnot. I'm not for blatant abortion.
Okay.
Blatant abortion. I'm not.
You don't want it used just as a form of birth control.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So what are your thoughts on the Adriana Smith? I don't know if you're familiar with it. Adriana Smith fiasco that's going on in Georgia. Are you familiar with it at all? I'll be happy to.
I've heard a little bit. I'm not too caught up.
Okay. And I wanted to mention it because I have a little bit of an update.
About the lady who's in the coma?
She's not in a coma. She's brain dead.
She passed away.
She's brain dead.
Okay, she's brain dead. Okay,
Yes.
Yes, I am a little bit familiar.
Okay.
I think it's disgusting and ridiculous.
Okay.
There's no reason why this woman is being kept alive. I'm against Georgia's laws on that.
Okay, Evil. All right. Okay. I thought I was gonna be able to do something with you, but no, it looked like you got some sense.
I'm a reasonable person on that subject.
Okay. Uh,
I'm more in the middle on that subject.
oh, okay. All right. All right. Yeah. They.
I think it's ridiculous. I think Georgia's laws are dumb. I don't think they benefit anybody. I think they're just trying
Rick.
to. I think they're just trying to cater to the Christian narrative. That's all. That's all.
But the question I have about that is that really Christian like though? Because I am a Christian and I don't think that's Christian like at all to keep up to grow a fetus inside of a corpse. That the mama has been, for all intents and purposes, dead since the baby was 9 weeks. So, and I've said this in my videos. The first voice and the only voice that a baby hears while it's growing inside the mother is the voice of that mother. The first voice and the only voice that that child recognizes immediately upon birth belongs to the mother.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is the family against us as well?
And this is part of my update. Oh yeah, me too, coach. Oh, I was gonna tag you in. No, so the mother, here's the thing. So the mother has done two interviews. She's the more recent interview is the one that I just did a video on. But the mother says, I'm not saying that I would have immediately terminated the baby or not. What I'm saying is, as the mother of Adriana Smith, I felt like I should have been given a choice. And that's where she was with it. Now in the updated video, the baby, of course, is still inside the corpse growing. They have named the baby Chance. It's a boy. We know it's a boy. But of course, his likelihood of survival up until birth is still up in the air. We don't know if he's even going to make it, and if he does make it, there's a high probability of him being blind, severely disabled, or basically passing upon birth. There's fluid around the brain, and he's not developing correctly inside the corpse. So the mom says, okay, you know, I would have liked, and she reiterated it. I would have liked the choice. Whatever God sends here, we're going to love regardless. But it just it went back to, I should have had a choice, because she asked the doctors at the time that they brought her back into the hospital, if we unalive this baby, will it save my daughter? And they at that time told her, no, it won't save your baby. So at that, I mean, not her, the baby, but the daughter. And at that point, she felt like, hey, I should have been given a choice. Can I let my baby go on and be with God or not? And that's where the problem started. They just
for me on the hospital standard, because I've worked in the hospital.
Okay.
It's so disgustingly unethical.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a disgusting and unethical thing. I was like, to put the life of a child in front like that when you don't have a mother who can naturally
Mm-hmm.
do it themselves is absolutely unethical to me.
The problem I had with it, Evil, is the fact that she went to the hospital within a day of her being declared brain dead with a severe headache. She's an RN herself. She says, I have a severe headache and I need some help. They turned her away. They ran no tests. They gave her some basic pain meds and sent her home. She went to sleep and never woke up. When they got her back to the hospital, they gave her a CAT scan only to realize that she had various blood clots on the brain. So who's to say that had they run those tests the day before that she could have been saved? We will never know that because they didn't even bother, which speaks to a larger issue.
Well, they should have thought that because black women are more susceptible to strokes
Exactly.
than any race.
Exactly, and that speaks to the level of treatment that black people, and especially black women, get when it comes to healthcare. So, like I say, it was just
You
a
also have to take into account that black people have the natural sickle cell within their bodies that affects their immune system also. So
well, every black person doesn't have sickle cell,
well, no, but
and we don't.
but in essence, but a lot of it stays dormant. But they have a remnant within their body that causes the issue.
I thought you were either born with sickle cell or you weren't. I don't think you can develop it over time. I could be wrong.
You have to be born with or
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, my understanding is you're born with it. Uh,
Oh,
yeah, but yeah, it was just a myriad of errors, and I just feel like they seem to now care more about this science experiment than they actually cared about the woman that was alive. You know what I mean? If we want to say pro life, what about the life that walked into that hospital the day before? What about her life? It's, and then this woman is she's gone. You know what I mean? And I don't care.
it's disgusting.
Yeah, and medical technology has not advanced enough to operate as the human brain would. So they're never going to be able to duplicate the processes and the hormones and even the temperatures that are required to get that baby here the way the way the mother's body naturally would have done it. So I just think it's just a terrible experiment, and I think it's no different than the Tuskegee experiments that went on decades ago. I just think it's just a legalized form of it at this point. I'm just very much disgusted with all of it. I no, and again, I am not. I won't say I'm pro-life or pro. No, that's not true. I am pro-choice, and I want to say that I am pro-choice because I just feel like if you're a Christian and you don't believe in it, you're not going to get one anyway. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's law or that it's legal or not. So me, I don't feel like I should have to force my Christian beliefs on anybody else. So if you want to go out there and do whatever you want to do with your body, that is between you and God. That has nothing to do with me. That's why I am okay with saying that I am pro-choice. Of course, I wouldn't like for people to use it as just a form of birth control, but people are going to do it anyway, even though it's illegal in many states. If you want to get it done, you're going to find a way to get it done. So legalizing it or making it illegal, the only thing that does is puts more people in danger because now that
Prosecuting that one doctor in Ohio who did
oh, I did not know that. I'm not familiar with that story at all.
It's about when that a man took a 10-year-old girl from Indiana over there to
10 years old.
yeah, because he had, what's named her, and he took over there to the state of Ohio, and the doctor did it. Now they're prosecuting the doctor.
And he deserves to be prosecuted for that. Because at that point you helping to cover up a crime.
Well, he didn't know because the guy said that that was his daughter.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't know that that little girl was carrying that man's child.
So you don't have to show any form of proof that you're the child's parent?
I don't think so.
Oh.
That sounds weird.
Yeah, it seems like you would have to show a birth certificate or something
I
to
think the guy was her stepdad or something. I can't remember I think the guy was her stepdad.
wow.
And he did what he did to her, and that's what it is.
I ran across a story today that I want to dig into. Hoping somebody else has seen it, where the daughter actually pulled her mom off of life support, and now she is being charged with unaliving her.
But wait, but that's her right though. If she's the advocate for the mother.
But you can't pull the plug.
Oh, she just pulled.
Yeah, she went in. Well, she pulled the yeah the I can't remember the medical term for it, but she pulled it out, and the mother passed. But yeah, and she's a nurse. The daughter was a nurse as well, so the daughter just went in the hospital and just said, "I'm tired of my mama looking doing this," and pulled off. No, you cannot do that. You cannot. So yeah, she's being charged with unaliving her own mama. It was insane. Mr. T, how you doing tonight?
I just want to say hello. I ain't been here in a while.
I haven't seen you in a while. I have seen you enjoying those them big nice buses and things that you're driving. Making everybody feel bad. You just enjoying the good views and
I can't. Don't get mad at me because y'all decide an office job. I
look,
the office all day long.
just rub it in, TJ. Just go on there and rub it in.
The Lord has blessed me.
Why you make everybody else feel bad about it? Terrible.
Man, I have not been here in such a while.
Man, you caught me on a slow night tonight. I don't know what TikTok doing to me. They ain't sending me nobody.
Listen, most of your nights been full. Most of your Friday nights been full of talk show drama and all this other shit.
Right, tonight is a calm night, and I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna ride this little calm
Outside
wave.
from the rain or something. What's going on?
I don't know. Don't talk them up because it'll turn into something real quick.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I come on, I'm like, dang, okay.
Uh-uh.
I don't see that this drop, but
It,
hey.
I don't know what they doing to me tonight. I think I may have been doing too well with my views on the videos. They said no, we ain't gonna send nobody over there tonight. I'm okay with it.
So old school, they cop blocking you.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Look, they can't get me off the app. You know they changed all these rules, and I'm making sure not to violate a single one of them because I want my money.
I'm not on here as often no more, so I don't know what the rules are.
Oh, you don't see a screen behind me tonight because TikTok does no longer wants green screen. And so yeah, y'all get used to this wall because y'all gonna be seeing this wall a whole lot.
Way back in the day, you always had that wall.
No, but you know I used to put up like the pictures of who I'm talking about. You know what I mean? No.
Yeah, but that wall still been there for you to pay for it right now.
Yeah.
I know where you at. I know where you
You know what, T? Okay, you were here when I didn't know how to use green screen. That's different. Here we go. Here we go.
Why you think because you got headphones on and you done upgraded?
In my look, I'm normally in my director's chair. I'm in my office chair today. I don't even care.
See, talking about I'm making y'all jealous. That ain't my fault because you decided to sit in the office.
Moving.
You can at least put some posters up.
Oh, I might put up a backdrop or something, but y'all, I'm not. So they're just finding ways to demonetize creators. It's just ways to stop people from making money. So those and even in my videos I use a lot of green screen because I like visual aids when I'm talking about whatever I'm talking about. I will you'll see pictures or whatever. You won't see any of that. Only thing you're gonna see me doing now is describing it.
You need to put a big poster of Mr. T, not Mr. T, in the background there. Like I pity the football.
Yep. So that rule has changed. And it's a couple of others. The nudity thing they're cracking down on, especially with people that are you're clothed but you're barely clothed. And I know you've seen lots of that. And men and women have a tendency to do that. No, yeah. All those accounts again. Yeah, the prints are going out. the the prints are going out the door. It's a couple of other rules that they're cracking. Oh, begging. Even the videos where you just come up and be like, "Hey, watch my video for X number of seconds." These people are getting their accounts shut down behind it. So begging, they're cracking down on. And it's one other one, but like I say, the only one that I violated was that. And then anytime you get a community guidelines violation, they have a right to then strip your account. And I get them for comment. So now I got to be. Oh, it's bad. And then they're even monitoring your actions outside of the app. So they find you on other apps wilding out and doing things. They can use that as an excuse to take your account down. So.
I'm sorry. Say what they following you now?
If they find you on other apps misrepresenting yourselves, you're.
That's like when you was in school and you do something on the school bus.
Yeah.
They be like, "Oh, you ended up on the school bus, so we suspended you from school."
Yep.
On the school bus.
It is bad. It is.
It had nothing to do with that.
Yep. That's exactly how they're handling things. So yeah, I'm having to revamp a lot of the stuff that I'm doing to try to fit the new rules. I don't know what the
Maybe it was the Lord that kept me off this app. Just post my little driving video.
Yeah.
Ain't see none of y'all. How y'all doing?
Dog. You know that's me. She don't know how to act.
None of y'all ain't heard from me there back.
What happened New Year? How you doing?
Not Happy New Year, sir.
Oh, he's about right. We ain't seen him in that long. We haven't seen Mr. T since they shut down this app the last time.
You know what?
You about right. I had to go find Jesus all over.
Not I had to go find Jesus all over. You've been in the churches.
Mia, I do want to have a nice little conversation with you. What's up with you being they gonna start you gonna lose your account by being barely clothed on this app. You know that's a new rule here. That was not a t-shirt. That was a colored bra. That was not a t-shirt.
He said I had no clothes. That ain't even true. Ain't even accurate.
Everything was out. You're gonna lose your account. Oh yeah. You're gonna lose you're gonna lose your account. Keep on playing.
We all done went back and found the Lord.
Y'all have all found the Lord all of a sudden. Now these people trying to come in here. I've been here 2 hours before y'all show up, and then y'all want me to stay up all night.
I was dressed.
No.
Trying to come in now.
Yeah, they starting to pick up now that it's 10:30 and I've been here since 8:30. I'm still leaving at midnight.
That's not the
You been leaving on time?
I've been doing much better, T. I ain't even lying to you. It feels so good to go and get in my bed. Oh, yeah, I had to stop that. I had to. Faith is doing great. She's 16 now and driving, so we're gonna go and try to get her a license in a couple of weeks. Bishop, I don't have anything good to say about, except he's a beautiful baby. I have nothing good to say about that boy. That boy, I mean, I have nothing good to say about Bishop.
What did he do?
You know it's bad when you go in for a parent-teacher conference at daycare, and you walk in the room, and the teacher goes, "Before we start, I just want to say I love my Bishop."
What did the baby do?
What hasn't he done? She dressed.
Wait a minute, because I remember you told me about how he was just being a menace, but I didn't know he was.
He hasn't. That boy hasn't got no better. None.
He's only 2. What did you do to him?
I do. I never had to with my girl, but I have with my boy. Bishop had I had to have a parent-teacher conference with over Bishop. Bishop needs a bishop. And she dresses the things up that he's doing so nice. She goes, "Well, we've been trying to practice having soft hands and soft touch."
So that means he whooping the
I looked at her across the table. I said, Bishop is so bad. Bishop is bad. What is that?
It's in the fire of the Holy Ghost. Hands on you.
What did you expect, sir?
I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the way that she's describing it, and he's done it to me a couple of times. Now, I'm going to defend him just a little bit because he wasn't doing it before he got in daycare. There was a period of time that went by where it was only 5 kids in his class, so that because the max is only 10. But there were only 5, and they were all boys. So the boys would get on the mats and they would just wrestle and play around, and it was cute until the class picked up, and now it's girls in the class. So now Bishop has no respect of person. He likes to go up and bum rush you and grab you around the neck and choke you and do things like that. So so now he's just growing, and you know he's 3, so he. Yeah, exactly. And I kind of blame his mama for that because my wife watches that mess on, I think it's on Netflix now. She watches it religiously. So
it's culture.
You watch that too, Mia?
Yes, I do. I like it. I
It is nothing but a man soap opera. I cannot stand it. I stopped watching it after The Rock. Yeah, when The Rock was there, Undertaker, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, that's when I watched.
I don't know if this is just a little boy thing or what, but I have noticed that little baby boys, they are funny. Little baby boys are funny.
Yep. I mean, and just yesterday, my wife came home from picking him up, and he's taking. No, he just do what he wants. He's taking food off children's plates. Yeah, he got in trouble yesterday for taking food off people's plates. Just walking up to them, taking their food. I'm like, I don't. You got an excuse for everything this boy is doing. That boy is. Those were two of the things. I mean, I could continue. None of it is good. None of it is good. The boy is bad. Just climbing up on bookshelves. I mean, he's just being a baby. I don't understand. He's putting people in chokeholds. He's putting babies. He is putting people in chokeholds. He's three.
Okay, he just got here. He ain't even been here that long. Give him some time.
He's putting people in chokeholds.
This baby just got here, and first of all, let me just say, y'all, these babies just got here. They don't know no baby.
He bad. I'm sorry. I'm just it started off as mimicking, and that's what I told her. I'm like, well, he wasn't doing it before he got into class with these boys, so I know where it started because he came on. She was like, yeah, that is true, but I must say that he's now the ringleader. He's always the instigator.
You know what? Bishop go get her. I'm gonna get you.
That boy is. The boy is.
But again, like I said, he just got here, so give him some
bad. But no complaints about Faith. She's wonderful as usual. Just a.
Well, everybody knows
she's just wonderful. I have nothing bad to say about Faith.
Bishop is like, basically, it's like Faith is your good child.
And Bishop is the demon. That is, I don't know what that boy is demonic. That boy is demonic. And then I'm gonna tell you how bad it is. So so he's in his room. We finally got him out the crib only because he started climbing out the crib, going to the pantry, getting his snacks, and then climbing back in the crib. So we were like, okay, this is no longer effective. Yeah, he's a gangster. So we converted his room over, but we cannot keep him in the room. So what we're having to do now is put a baby good gate up.
Keep Jesus in the grave.
We're having to put a baby gate up in front of his door to keep him in. And the first couple of days, he was beating up against it because until he realized that if he hits it hard enough, it will fall. So it was. So then he had to get a whooping so he would stop. He's just. I'm saying. The boy's bad. We can move on.
You're gonna look back at this and you're gonna laugh at it because it's kind of funny.
It's not. It's not.
When you get older and Bishop like 15 or 30, you're gonna be like, you know what you was like as a kid.
I am not amused.
Be better. It's just a phase. He's in a phase right now in his life.
If you can't beat him, join him.
I'm gonna beat him. I'm gonna beat him. That boy's. He's so bad.
Marcus is gonna be playing his TikTok video with the belt around his neck, like
The belts don't mean anything to him. He is not even afraid of the belt. It means He is one of those. It means nothing to him. Matter of fact, he will grab it and come and hit you with it. He's funny. He is funny. He don't care. None of that stuff mean anything to him.
Bishop ain't never cared.
None of that stuff mean that to him. He's bad.
Here's what you gotta understand. Hold on, this is what you gotta understand. You gotta understand.
I'm listening.
I can't see. But you gotta... Okay, listen.
I'm trying to figure out, are we listening or looking at?
Because I can't see. Shut up.
Oh, those are prescribed. I thought those were fashion glasses.
Yes, these are.
All the way. All the way to the eyebrow? How do you need to see all the way up there?
Lord, have mercy. My body. It's the way my... And I like the style. I have multiple pairs, so anyway.
Faith got a pair like... She got like 3 pair of those, but they're fashionable. They fashion glasses.
Because I can't. Okay, listen.
What's up? I'm not speaking to them no more.
I said, hey,
They said hello, Lily. Get out of your feelings. If they all said hello.
I was on mute. I was on the phone call.
We talking about these glasses that Mimi.
Okay, because listen, I cannot see. What do you want me to do?
No.
But why are they all the way to the top of your head?
Let's not worry about the glasses. Let's worry about these traps that she's been putting up lately on TV.
I just talked about her being naked on the internet. I just talked about it. Yeah, I mean, she had on nothing but a t-shirt and some shorts. Not even t-shirt, it was a bra.
She was all about Jesus.
Correct.
She on her way to the pole.
She was naked. And I did not appreciate it one bit.
Hey, Trina.
No, I didn't appreciate it.
She been showing hecka
I have not been showing no boobies.
I said boobies.
Everything was out.
You ain't say you wasn't showing them, huh? Oh, but you know, oh, okay.
You see how she got quiet? Lily here, she ain't gonna lie to Lily. Go ahead and get her, Lily, because she just tried to fix it for me. Naked.
I don't think you have one right now.
I think she trying to be a stripper. You trying to find her whole inner woman.
Well, Lily, you was the one that told me to step out of the box, so I thought
Please step out, because those clothes you had on the last time, baby, yeah, I'm going to need you to step out of the box.
And I did, so why are you...
Well, don't leave the clothes in the box. I want you to have clothes that take the clothes out the box when you step out.
I just need her to dress more like me.
I mean, it's either...
I need her to dress more like me.
No, we don't need that either, Lily. I feel like I've seen a little too much of your body here on the internet as well. But we're not on that.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Now she got in the camera.
You over there doing... Mia.
No, I'm not.
Mia.
I was being polite saying hookah, but I wasn't going to say what else it was. I was being polite saying that.
So you have graduated from alcohol. You're doing other illicit activities now.
I'm graduating, right? Because I've been drinking a while.
So you traded one vice for another. That is not good either.
I'm fighting no battles. I'm like, look, it's either y'all again. Pick a struggle.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah, that was you.
I did pick a struggle. I put the bottle down.
And picked up something else. That's not helping.
Put
down the bottle and pick up the Bible.
Where is it?
That's the book for
You know what? To be completely honest, turn the show on.
Thank you so much, Snack Girl.
I told my dad,
I appreciate the gift.
Look, don't be mad at me.
Put her in the big box, because these glasses is literally throwing me the heck off.
Thank you. I thought
They're ridiculous. Put them back on. She naked tonight. She naked tonight. She naked tonight. Nothing. Nothing.
Okay, all right, get beautiful, but put the glasses back on. Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
So big.
Why you look like Daria?
Walk in the light glass. Walk in the light.
Y'all don't remember Daria?
She got the glasses and
La 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 la. Y'all don't remember Daria? La 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 la.
she got those big old glasses on like follow me. Oh, now get out the box. Get out the box. Get out the box.
What the what?
About to get my live shut down.
I'm not doing nothing.
But okay.
Get out the big box.
Please get out the box.
You know what? Just turn your camera off.
I know that's real.
I'm done.
You was sanctified with your glasses on. Put them back on.
Yeah,
Put the glasses back on.
Well, actually, here's the life update for you since y'all want to be nosy.
Go right ahead.
We want to be nosy. You want to volunteer.
We tell you did not act, but you couldn't tell us anyway.
Was giving nosy.
What you
I don't even think we asked her nothing.
We did not. Technically, we did not ask her.
It's giving volunteering. It's called volunteering information.
Our ears just to listen.
Wait a minute, Lily. Wait a minute. You were supposed to text me.
We're ready for the life update.
Let's start here, little baby. You waiting on Lily to text you? You gonna be waiting, baby, because my brain is set of X marquees. Every time I call you, I said I was gonna call you, and ooh, baby, it could take 30 days.
You ain't lying.
Not 30 days.
Mia, we're ready for your life update. Go right ahead. Tina Marie. I got the family coming back. The whole family here tonight. Look at that. The real family showed up tonight. I need more slow nights so I can actually see my real people. Hey, T. Marie. How you been? I'm glad you're here because I need you to pray for Mia. She's up here doing drugs live on TikTok.
I'm not doing drugs, Mia.
Right.
I'm not doing drugs.
Marquise, you got the biggest smile because we all up here.
She's doing drugs, T. Marie. She's unclothed on the internet on a regular basis. She's doing drugs. She did take down the bottle, but now she's doing other things.
So T. Marie, she took over your spot of taking up those thirst trap pictures. Now
Correct. And she's way worse than you, T. Marie.
Okay, Mia. Okay. We not gonna cut you off. News update.
We're ready for your life update, and then we're gonna stop and let T. Marie pray for those illicit substances you're using.
So you remember the situation that I had with my family?
Yes.
Remember what I told you? Well,
You mean that whole rich family that you got?
You did what?
yeah, I ruffled some feathers some more.
We're ready.
I went to church, right?
Yes.
Went to my grandfather's office to talk to him. He told me that I had disappointed him, that he does not like what I'm doing. Then he proceeded to say to me that I had some demons on fighting. So I respectfully told him, that is your opinion. Sorry you feel that way. But quite frankly, I feel like I'm grown enough to make my own decisions. And I left it at that. And then Sunday dinner, he did not talk to me. So I've not been talking. Ask me if I've talked to my grandparents. I've not talked to my grandparents. Still not talking to my dad. And
So does this mean that you're paying your own rent?
I was just about to go there. So who paying the rent?
Okay, she big balling.
I told them, I said, you know what?
What about that car note?
Somebody pay.
Oh, the car, but they didn't pay that car off. The car is paid off.
But what about the insurance?
They still pay for that.
I'm gonna need you to start talking.
Why are you doing it? I need you to slow that down to maybe 1 or 2 taps. Just 1 tap.
When you doing those 2 fingers, you unclocking her teeth.
Honestly, if that's how y'all feel, then fine. Like, I even told my mom, I was like, you know what? F it. I'm gonna just do it myself. I literally just said, I'll take over. I'll renew it.
How hard life is right now.
But this is
I wish somebody would pay my bills.
Amen.
I wish somebody would pay my
At Christmas started every cool. Hey, Miss T, I'm telling you, the whole family here tonight. Hello, hello, hello.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm not even in the wrong because y'all say I'm grown. So y'all saying I'm grown, so I'm gonna do what grown people do.
Okay, but Mia, what did you expect?
Let me say that.
Because I feel like I should live my life to how I want to live.
But you know what?
With consequences.
Correct.
What consequence? I literally do what they asked me to do.
What did you expect your religious grandfather to say about your life choices? Are you really surprised?
You thought he was gonna be okay with that?
I mean, it's not like he could say no.
I'm just trying to understand. What did you expect? They were paying all of them.
They're still technically paying all of them. The only bill I have to pay is the rent, and that's not even expensive.
How much is your rent, if you don't mind me asking?
I pay $500.
If you don't hang up your phone right now,
$500.
Well, because I have a roommate, so we split the rent.
Oh.
you know what $500 do?
You better get off this internet with us and call them and matter of fact, put them in a group chat and
$500.
$500 is my cell phone.
That's not even half of my daycare.
That's just my cell phone.
I'm paying them in $900 just in car insurance.
First, y'all were upset that I wasn't paying any bills, so now I'm paying a bill, and it's still bothering
A
me.
bill.
No. I got it. Hold on, let me get it. So what's the problem?
No, let me tell you what the problem is. The problem is your attitude. That's the problem.
Come on, T.
Just because you're paying your own bills and all that stuff.
A bill.
To go to your grandfather. Hold on. You don't get the right to go to your grandfather whose legacy you are. You are in the industry, honey. And he's trying to tell you what's right, what's wrong, and all that stuff. Now, yes, you have to find your own path and you find your own journey. But let me tell you something. When you in the room with that, you got to understand where he's coming from. Your grandfather is not trying to destroy you. He's trying to help you make better choices. So you have to make your own better choices. You got to do, and you got to find your own path. But Mia, you are very entitled, and how you do things is the problem. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're paying your own rent. You should. You're grown. You should do that.
First off, you got it wrong, sister. You said bills.
Do you know how many people don't have support? Do you know how many people out there would just love to have the type of family that you have right now, that even if they're not talking to you, they're still writing the checks and helping you?
Come on.
Because, child, if you told me that, guess what would have happened? The purse strings would have been gone, honey.
Could.
And you would have been on your own.
only telling you out of love.
My wallet so fast.
Yeah, they're only telling you out of love. They want the best for you.
In a group chat and apologize.
And just, I know you got to find your own way. And I know it's certain things you want to do when you think, oh, there's no consequence to this, and I can do this, and I can live my life, and I can do all that stuff. But you got to understand, your grandfather has built legacy. There's a reason why they're able to pay your bills. That didn't just come. That ain't normal.
It sure ain't.
So be a little bit more grateful.
He taking the pulpit money to help you.
Girl, if you don't shut up.
And she laughing. I'm still stuck on what did you expect, Mia?
Yeah.
It goes against everything.
Why are they so bothered? Like, why does it bother?
Because it goes against everything that they believe.
Some of us actually want our kids to walk a straight, narrow line. Even
Correct.
We hope and wish and best our kids. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to go out there in that jungle and I know damn well you ain't ready, you better learn how to lean with it, rock with it, and learn how to obey a little bit better. Because the support that you have, none of us ever had.
No.
I paid myself through college. You know how I put myself through college? Selling cakes.
Oh.
That's how I put myself to
Wait.
Oh,
Cakes.
I didn't know.
That's very important.
I didn't know, T. Marie, you selling the cakes.
Wait.
I actually cakes.
Oh, we confessing, and tonight is all about confessions. She's selling the cakes. I just got a student loan. I wasn't selling my cakes. I'm sorry.
I was gonna tell y'all that's how I became famous selling my cookies, but what?
Now you selling cakes and cookies.
Stop it.
All right.
So when they
She sold cakes and cookies and then went to be a pastor.
Oh.
Were they chocolate chip or sugar cookies? I just want to know the flavor.
Peanut butter was the biggest one. Peanut butters, I sell a lot of those.
Oh,
but,
so it's like a cream.
What I did is,
that's what you were saying. Okay, I get it.
I taught myself. Let me tell you a story, B. Like I taught myself.
You heard what she said. She about to tell us a story.
I taught myself.
Listen to these key words.
I taught myself how to bake, right? And God really blessed me. When I tell you, really blessed me. I had a very good clientele. So like any type of I taught myself how to make wedding cakes and birthday cakes and baby shower cakes and all that stuff. And that's how I was able to afford to pay for my books and stuff that I needed for college. My dad was a sheet metal worker, so he made a lot of money. So I didn't qualify for a lot of different funding that I could have gotten, even though I wasn't living with. But because I was still underage, and at that time, you know, they still went by your parents, whatever. That's how it was. And so I did what was necessary. I tutored on the clarinet. I played clarinet for years, and I tutored that. And I also, I learned how to, I was a lifeguard, so I taught kids how to swim.
Oh, wow.
And that's how I put myself. But
what kind of clarinet was this you tutored on?
At McDonald's. I opened McDonald's. I went to school. I worked at Burger King on the campus.
Come on now.
In order to get it done. And I would be up late nights baking, doing all of this stuff. Sometimes missing assignments because I was trying to, work and do all the stuff that I need to do. So you need to be a little bit more grateful, honey. Because everybody don't have the support that you have. And God bless you to have that support. So just
and then you got us in support, not financially, but yeah. Because I ain't financially giving out.
I thought you were talking about financial. I ain't raised my hand for that.
I didn't get financial support. That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm still waiting on her to pay for my plane ticket for me to come see her.
Oh man, I won't be in Indiana this summer.
I won't be there either. Okay, where you want me to meet you at?
I'll be in Florida. I don't know where you're going.
Okay, well, send me a ticket. I'm on my way.
I ain't sending you nothing.
Oh, now you don't want.
But thoughts and prayers.
Thank you, Sunset. Thank you, Miss T. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Miss T. Appreciate it much.
Because I don't understand. I have thoughts and concepts.
You need to go back and apologize because I came out shit out of high school to work here.
Amen to that. I've been working since I was 15, so correct.
Right, definitely. Okay, but my thing is, don't tell me to be an adult and I'm doing adult things and then get mad when I'm not doing it your way.
Yeah.
Strong.
Yeah. I got a daughter that's about to be 28, and I don't give a damn how it ain't nothing she could be able to do in my eyes. She still got to get my permission to do a lot of stuff. She about to be 28. You understand? There's no limit just because you grown.
Thank you, Sunset. Come on up. It's a family reunion tonight.
You grown with a sis because they still paying you, so you ain't grown yet.
You're not grown.
There's levels to grownness.
That's it.
There's levels to grownness, honey.
Yep.
And where you at right now, when you turn around and look back in your 60s, 70s, you look back on these years, you're gonna understand. Like, wow, I was really childish, like for real. Like I thought I was grown, but I wasn't.
No, that's not her. That is not your nemesis. That is Sunset.
Hey, Sunset, Marquise, why all your boxes not open?
All my boxes are open. Unless I switch to the 8, the 9. What is that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, I'm about to go put my glasses on like this.
Yeah, I'll have to go to that little tiny box to do that. Yeah. Go ahead. We can continue with Miss Mia. Sunset, welcome to the conversation.
Yeah, how old are you now?
22, going on 12.
I'll be 23. I'll be 23 this.
23 going on 13.
Oh, shit.
Wait a
You
minute.
don't even know what a late payment is.
You don't know what grown is yet.
You don't know what a late payment
You
is.
still got that spoiled milk behind her ear.
I was gonna say,
At 22, I was paying rent, car payment, car insurance,
Correct.
utilities. I had my own spot. I was paying it all.
22, I was married. And I was in my first house as well.
And I
was married.
Correct.
And I was working 16
Hold on, Mia. You already know you can't have that in the screen.
I don't know why you keep doing that.
Turn your camera on.
You got to stop that, Mia, for real. You're going to get the live shut down.
Because he'll get his face man.
Right.
But no, I'm
He
saying
done already told her 4 times already. So I don't understand.
Oh, you guys just go like that. That's all you gotta do.
Thank you, Sunset.
Okay, I'm good.
Why do you want us to know that you're over there using illicit substances?
I'm not doing illicit substances.
Okay, what are you doing then?
It's therapy.
So is that's prescribed?
No, it's my therapy.
Then it's illicit.
She said it's a therapy. Tattoo is therapy.
The problem, Miss T, is that she went from abusing alcohol to now doing this on a regular basis. So she traded one vice for another.
Y'all pick a struggle. Either I put the bottle down.
I'll take this over alcohol, though.
Exactly. I'm not hurting nobody.
Okay. Oh, I like that. But you're doing it to cope rather than now. Sunset just do it for fun, but
Actually, well, the thing about me is actually if I am stressed about something and I'm going through something, I don't do it.
okay. Well, she's doing it to cope, which to me that becomes a slippery slope.
Let's back this up. What hell problems do she have?
Where have you been, Lily?
Baby, clearly not on here.
Yeah, obviously not. We spent about 3 nights on Mia and her
Well, I wasn't around for that.
her situations.
I was not around for that.
Girl, you missed a whole life.
No, because I feel like if
I ain't been home on Friday night, so
Yeah.
I feel like Mia has my number, so I
I ain't reached
she
out.
wanted me to
Nobody.
well, okay, well then she didn't
No, I haven't reached out to anybody. You're not the only one. I already got that stuff.
girl,
I already
you
got that
reached out
stuff
to the
on
whole
Sonya.
you
No,
reached out to the whole
Sonya
internet, the
already
whole
got on
world.
my. She already got on me. She already got on me because she had called me like twice and I still didn't answer. My phone has been on D&D. My phone is still on Do Not Disturb. The only reason why I got on this live is because I saw the notification when I was on TikTok. I was on TikTok, like all of my notifications are turned off. My phone has been on Do Not Disturb.
So just because you don't do not disturb don't mean ain't nobody get through. All you gotta do is hang up and call again.
I'm still not gonna answer.
Okay, Mia. So do we want to touch on the biggest of the issue, which again I don't understand why you went to your.
Because I don't understand what else y'all want me to. Okay, y'all said don't drink. I said okay, I won't pick up the bottle, and I didn't. I told my therapist the same thing. I do not understand. It's not like I'm hurting anybody. I'm literally not hurting anybody.
Nobody but yourself.
How am I hurting myself?
Oh,
Because you're putting because
wait, you got 12 miles in here right now. Somebody dropped me out of the 12 miles.
who's
I'm not doing this with me.
Oh,
no, we are not putting you down, Lily. Stop.
Okay, hold on real quick.
What does she mean?
but I'll be right back.
Okay, you good.
I gotta go switch out.
No problem.
I'm talking about the alcohol. I'm talking about what I'm doing now.
But you're using it to cope with situations rather than to deal with them. So you're in effect just putting a band-aid on a bullet hole. Self-medicating is never the way.
So what do you suggest I do?
Face your actual issues.
If I feel like that's the reason why, because I'm not ready to face it.
But you ran to your granddaddy and threw it in his face.
I didn't throw it in his face. I just simply said, like, he doesn't like the fact that I did it either because I was doing it in the backyard and he saw me. He just so happened to see me in the backyard. And then he asked me, he was like, what are you doing? And I was playing stupid. What are you talking about? He was like, so you a dragon now?
I kind of like that.
I'm sorry.
That's actually kind of cool.
He said, so you a dragon? So you a dragon so you can just blow some air into your nose, in your nostrils? So you a dragon, huh? So he was like, I'm gonna ask you one more time. Why do you feel like this is something you need to do?
Right.
And then I told him, and I was just like, this is how I feel. And he was like, I understand you grieving, but this ain't the way to do it. So I was like, okay.
Who got a baby?
No, I do.
Oh, I forgot, Lily. You do got a baby.
This is a baby. It's 4 months.
I forgot you got a girl. Lily is a grandmother for you. For those of you who do not know, she's a granny. She's the naked. She's the naked granny. I forgot Lily.
What's her name?
This is a boy.
What's his name?
His name is Simba. I call him Simba. His name is Zion.
I like that. Congratulations once again.
Congratulations.
Good night, Miss T. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Next week, this is a calm night for a change. I'm so happy to be able to relax and coax through this show.
I can cause some chaos if you want.
Oh no, please. I get enough of that on a weekly, but you have no. This is the calmest night I have had in months.
I'm like, why is everybody stressing this man out?
Like that lady got mad for calling that woman a dead body a corpse. How would you are a corpse? You're no longer alive. You're a corpse.
Exactly. So why was everybody in your comments getting up in?
They were losing it.
Somebody called you out. It's not that deep.
Okay, y'all. I have to go because I have to calm Justice here. We're going out this weekend, so I gotta get her together.
No problem. Enjoy your Memorial Day. See you next week.
Lily.
Bye, Lily. Wait, why is everybody calling? Wait, why was everybody so?
Thank you for the gift.
I don't know. It was just one person in particular, but when she started losing it, and everybody.
Did you block her?
No, I didn't block her. Why would I do that? No, I didn't block her. That's DP the God. Welcome back to the conversation. You actually joining me on what is shaping up to be the calmest night I've had in about 4 months. I think so. We can actually have a real conversation. I've actually been using this time to circle back to some of the subjects that I have not been able to tackle because of the big stuff that kept blowing up on the page. So I'm glad you are here tonight. We talked about Ashley Babbitt, Yaz Scott, the Mississippi County man, Shiloh Hendricks, and Adriana Smith. So it's been a long. We've been hitting them all tonight. What are your thoughts on the Ashley Babbitt $5 million tax payer bill that we're gonna pay to this woman that's a domestic terrorist?
Wait, what? I don't. You know what?
understand it. When this man said that they were investigating racial discrimination complaints
Come on.
from white people, you know what I'm saying? I knew this was about to come. This is just another way for them to pay off white people.
Insane.
So she broke the law. She was killed in the commission of a crime, unalive. Thank you.
Mhm.
The commission of a federal crime.
And
Numerous times. And again, I want to know where she just should have complied. Focus at.
come on now.
Okay.
Where are the comply people?
They did not comply, and they don't have a problem saying she would have, if they were black, they got what they deserve. Like that young man hitting son. Oh, he shouldn't have been in the stolen car, which he wasn't. Oh, he shouldn't have ran.
Right.
He shouldn't have had you.
Right.
All that. So she shouldn't have been there.
Correct.
She shouldn't have been breaking into the Capitol building. When she was told to disperse, she should have.
And she should not have jumped through that broken window.
And now they're going to give her
$5 million. The family.
Again, how can we be surprised? You know what I'm saying, Marquise, when they gave the white woman that called the
No, that's on my list. That's Shiloh Hendricks. Yeah, I had the last time I checked it was at 750 and I stopped watching. I was so upset at it. And he's talking about Shiloh Hendricks. Shiloh. Yes, Shiloh Hendricks is the. Correct. Shiloh Hendricks is the woman that was on the playground. There was a young, 5-year-old autistic black boy on the playground. She claimed that he was bothering her child's things, and she proceeded to use racial slurs and the N-word towards the boy. And of course, the moment goes, but yes, him as well. Correct. All of it's caught on video. She, of course, the moment goes mega viral, and not for obviously people were outraged. She claimed that she was getting it was no longer safe for her to live where she was, so she started a fundraiser. With it equates to a GoFundMe, but it was on Give, See, and Go. I think that's the right one. Yes. And he's a Christian. The CFO got up there and defended it, and I was mad at him because he called himself a Christian. But
yes, Give and Go give money to everybody. He doesn't care how horrible of a person.
Yeah. So they
Yahtzee's too, a Yahtzee guy as well.
Yeah. So people like her started donating and attaching their racist comments to their donations, and she's. Well, I do believe she's now a millionaire because of it. Only in America. Only in America. Only in America can you become a millionaire for disrespecting a baby. Come on now. Anybody. Yeah, I was just very perplexed by that, which brings me to my next topic. All these subjects actually run together or share a common theme. Marshall County man, have you heard about the Marshall County man?
I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, Marshall County. The club was the CJ Lounge. For the duration, every time I tell the story, I have to tell it the way that Trump would tell it. The very fine people were inside the club, looking like me. So. We're the very fine people in my story. So the very fine people were in the club having a good time when this racist white man comes in drunk and proceeds to call everybody, all the very fine people in the club, effing ends. The very fine people were obviously upset. This spills outside. All of this is captured on video. If you want to watch it, you could just go to Google, type in Marshall County man, it'll come right up. So this spills outside. He's still calling them stupid effing ends. The wonderful people decides that they're going to defend themselves. They grab sticks, they grab poles, and they beat this man to submission. They hit him on every part of his body. They also stripped him naked. And to make it even better, they then offered him a drink. They poured beer on his naked body.
Wait, what was it called?
Type in Marshall County, Mississippi.
Marshall, you said for Marshall.
Marshall County, man, or Marshall County, Mississippi.
I think that's a waste of beer, though.
Oh, wait a minute. But here's the thing, because I'm all about right versus wrong. In this case, I feel like he got just what he deserved. But they are now attempting to charge the very fine people with a hate crime, and that I'm just totally. I find it egregious. Yes.
Oh, he's whitey.
Yes.
Oh, not them laughing.
As they're pouring the beer on his naked body.
I understand the stripping part naked.
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, they stripped him naked. I mean, but I thought it was more of a Black History moment because that's what they did to us. They would strip us naked. They would cut off our genitalia. They would humiliate us. They would beat us with everything they had. This was a Black History moment.
We are really thriving this year. I hate to
I'm sorry. It was a Black History moment. You want to know what you want to know? That's what that word means when we hear it.
We're thriving because, like, while y'all are.
Oh, but he went to the hospital on Wednesday. He claiming to have a broken jaw from the incident as well. I don't.
I don't either.
I literally do not care.
Because now they're saying, hold on. Can you hear it?
Oh, they thoroughly enjoyed it. He was butt naked with beer getting poured on him. What's up, Danny? He deserved it. I'm sorry.
He did, because what did you think was gonna happen? Y'all keep poking the bear.
You provoked the attack. I'm sorry. You should have. Why did you do that? I'm sorry.
Why do y'all keep poking the bear and not expecting people not to react?
Leave people alone. Now you want to be the victim. How are you the victim and the villain?
Oh God.
Every time.
Every time?
Every time. You the villain and the victim.
Can we not do that anymore?
The bully got beat up. I'm sorry. You deserved
Why
it.
are they so upset?
Because again, Black people keep breaking the cardinal rule in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Not in any way hinder, dissuade, mistreat, unalive any YT person.
Mm-hmm.
But they can mess with us and torture us and beat us and make us feel belittled. They can do that, but we can't stick up ourselves.
But remember, dear, we're 3/5, so that doesn't apply to us. I mean, they wrote that into the founding documents. We're only 3/5 of a human being. So the same things that apply to them by their logic and their writings don't apply to us. And it still doesn't, because we still don't get equal justice.
Agreed.
Therefore, we are breaking, anytime we stand up, we are breaking, and one of them gets hurt in some form or fashion, we are breaking the cardinal rule of this country. Thou shalt not hurt a YT person, especially if you are a Black person. That's what this is.
Dunny, you don't have to leave. He doesn't mean every white tea person. Dunny, we know you're not one of them. we're we're just talking about the ones that walked. This one that walked up in this club and called all these people the N word, and now upset that he got beat up.
I'll let her know just like this. If it don't fit, let it fly. If that's not you, don't worry about it. I'm not talking to you or about you. If it don't fit, love, let it fly.
Okay. And to get offended by they or them, we're called that all the time. So I'm not like trying to be like culturally insensitive, but let me shut up. Okay.
I'm like Miss T. If it don't fit, let it fly. That's why when people get on my comments and say, "Oh, you're talking about all white people," I said, if it's not applying to you, why are you upset? I'm talking about racists, and I always say white racist when I use them. I put that in there, so I tell them, if you're not a white racist, why are you offended?
Why do they get offended?
I'm just assuming that they get the beer on
I laugh because when it's us, they laugh. When it's us, they get aroused from it. They get whatever goodness out of it they want. But when it's back on them, that's when they want to bow out. Okay. Exactly.
Oh wow.
Why do you guys get so upset?
Yeah.
Bring up slavery. Like, why does that trigger y'all?
That part.
Guys, when we bring up slavery, because it was so far in the past. So I broke it down to him and I said, let me run this to you right quick, and I'm gonna land my plane.
You good?
Y'all get mad when we bring up slavery, talking about it's in the past. But right now, in this old age, in 2025, we still got 340 schools named after Confederate people. 340 schools named after insurrectionists, named after traitors, named after enslavers. And on top of that, I hit them with, we've also got 1,400 buildings, military bases, streets, and monuments to these men. I said the biggest one is Mount Rushmore, because good old George was an enslaver and a raper and a molester. And then Jefferson, we know, was an enslaver, a molester, and a arrester.
Great.
Good old Abraham, we know he was too, because if he could have saved the Union and kept us a slave, he would have. And of course, the Roosevelts, we knew they was racist. I go, y'all got the biggest monument in this country to a bunch of racists. Y'all ain't forgot nothing. I said, when we come up with your Confederate flag, it's y'all heritage. Y'all up here crying because a plantation burned down. I said, and y'all making plantation destinations and wedding venues and bread. You're renting out slave quarters as bread and breakfasts. I said, but we got to forget that for y'all, it's your heritage.
Yeah.
And then too, let's circle this back to our prior conversation tonight. They say slavery was in the past. Is Adriana Smith not a slave? Because technically, the state of Georgia owns her body right now.
Sure does.
her mama can't remove her off life support and bury her dead body if she wanted to. The state owns her body until further notice.
I guarantee you, every major pharmaceutical company is going to have some type of doctor or something. This is going to be a case study.
Has to be.
All over again.
Yeah.
This is Henrietta Lacks all over again.
Yeah.
They are going to study and prod and draw her blood and check this level and that level and compile all this data so they can be like, you know what? Because they're trying to make artificial wombs right now.
Correct. And we know why.
Have a woman to have a baby.
Correct.
You can get her eggs.
Correct.
They are doing everything right. Because I could just see a whole new industry of nothing building with these fake uteruses. Women that want to have babies, but same-sex couples. You don't need no woman. Just get one to give you an egg and give us some semen, and we'll make your baby. This woman is going to be another example of Henrietta Lacks with this whole new womb, whatever they want to call it, signature. And her poor parents can't do nothing.
Nothing. Sit to watch a corpse bring forth life.
And here's my thing. If you're going to do that to her, then if you feel she's alive, then you need to keep her on there then.
Come on now. Why are we going to immediately dispose of her body the moment the baby's born?
They're going to turn off that damn...
Immediately. The moment they cut that baby out of that corpse, they're going to turn it off. And send the family the bill for it. Because guess who's going to have to pay that bill? The same people that had no choice in the matter. That's who's going to get that medical bill.
I'm going to put everything I got in somebody else's name and file bankruptcy because they're not going to get a dime out of me.
Correct.
Everything going to be transferred over into a sister's name, an auntie's name, a kid's name, whatever. Set up in a trust for if I got younger kids, whatever, because they would not get a dime.
Yeah. Imagine. She was only 9 weeks pregnant when she passed. So that's the majority of this pregnancy. What does it? Can you imagine what it costs to keep somebody on life support that many months? Months.
That the baby may have all these other issues.
Correct.
They're just doing it to see if they can do it.
Yeah.
This is what this. They don't care if that baby gonna have water on the brain, be born blind, mentally deficient.
Correct.
They just want to see if they can do it. She's a test. Remember, they built modern.
Correct, Sunshine.
This is, I tell people, see, they want to talk about that slavery and all that, but you folks are still doing it.
They're still doing it. That's slavery.
To further medical science without people's consent.
That's slavery.
I'm sorry. Colonizer and slavery oppressor mentality is still strong within them.
I agree.
And they don't, because they don't want, this is a perfect example of that. You're keeping a basically dead woman alive just so you can prove your laws about abortion.
Yep. That lady is gone. And you got to understand that even though
I feel like she's trapped. I feel like she's trapped. She can't go nowhere because they're keeping her going.
Yeah, I mean, and for all intents and purposes, the brain is already gone. So the decomposition, although it may not be visible internally, that's still they can't do anything but slow it down. It's still happening
because it's not functioning.
Correct. Correct. Internally, the body is decomposing as we speak. So where everything that child is getting is completely artificial, and they got to try to regulate this woman's body temperature, the hormones that the babies are supposed to be getting. They still got to feed this child through IV. They still got to keep this woman on dialysis for the waste products that are being produced in this decomposing body. It's just.
I can't even imagine what that room must look like with all those machines.
It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. I had an aunt that had a massive heart attack last September. She was on life support for like 2 months or better, and it was the amount of machinery around her you just would not imagine. You wouldn't, and the level of care that it takes. And again, her brain was still functioning. So I can only imagine how much worse it is with somebody who is completely brain dead. It's just sure.
Anyone think of the mother could speak if she could speak for herself? She would probably choose.
No, wait. Oh, I like that. The mother has spoken for herself. I did an updated video on her. The mother has done 2 interviews. In the
Not the mother. Hi. I'm talking about the
mother, the young lady.
Oh, you mean
mother carrying? And I'm only speaking. And hello, everybody.
Hi, Coco. Welcome to the conversation.
And so the reason I'm saying this is because I agree with everything you guys are saying, right?
Yes.
But I also am a woman and I am a mother.
Okay.
And I've been in a situation where I gave birth to a child at 24 plus 6 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is barely 5 months pregnant.
Yeah, my sister gave one 1 pound 3 ounces. He just turned 10. I know exactly what you're talking about.
My child was 1 pound 8 ounces.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
And so when the events took place, they told me everything. Oh my gosh, you could lose your life. You know, you sacrificing yourself for this child. And it's so many things that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
And as a mother, I was willing to do everything, including give my own life so that my child could survive. And I took 2 rounds of what is it? It's a medal that they had to give me.
Yes, to try to get the lungs developed.
Right.
And yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It feels like they are pumping lava into my body. And they did it 2 times. And both times I accepted it. And so the reason I'm saying this is because all of us are speaking. Her parents are speaking. Her husband is speaking. The doctors are speaking. Everybody is speaking. But as a mother,
nobody's considered that if she had a choice, if she could wake up and somebody could ask her, hey, would you do this if you had a choice to do it? Nobody's thinking about that. Because if somebody had asked me if they could keep my body alive just so my child would have a chance, I would say, please, please do. Because my natural maternal instinct is I want my, just like mothers, like if you think about it, when women are in dangerous situations and they pregnant, right? They survive much better because they're pregnant. Because your maternal instinct wants to survive to ensure that this baby that you are carrying has a chance. Now, everybody is speculating, oh, this baby can have all these problems. The baby could, the baby could be this. Before my child was born, they told me, listen, I wanted my tubes tied. The doctors literally told me, are you sure you want to do this? Because this baby probably going to come out. It's probably not going to be okay. The baby's probably not going to cry. Like, you don't want to tie your tubes because you can have another baby. I was confident. I said, listen, tie my tubes, okay? Because whatever this baby comes out as, I am going to love my child. And when I had my child, they told me my baby wasn't even going to cry when she came out. And guess what she did? She came out crying. She came out breathing room air at 1 pound 8 ounces, and they called her a medical anomaly. Mm-hmm. They said this shouldn't happen because everything says this shouldn't happen. Mm-hmm. So I'm simply saying, now maybe it's not the conventional way, and I agree. They probably doing this for the hospital, doing it obviously for legal debt abortions. But they doing it for something. They're not doing it because they care about the mother and child. Absolutely not. The family is fighting against it because nobody want to take care of this baby that don't have a mother and that could potentially have issues. Nobody wants to.
That's not what That's not what her mother said, though. In the mother's defense,
her mother didn't have to say it.
That's not what her mother said. Her mother said, "My child is laying in a bed dead," and that's cool. That's cool.
Nobody literally is walking on this planet want to take care of other people's kids. That if that happens, that's an unfortunate circumstance, right? Grandparents that raise the grandchildren, that's not like that was something that they was just thinking one day, oh my God, I'll be glad my kids have kids so I can raise them. It's an unfortunate circumstance, and a special needs child is a very difficult situation for anyone. And so the grandmother, I'm sure, is afraid. She's afraid because what am I expecting?
No, what the grandmother said is that the baby's name is Chance. By the way, this is the updated interview. She said, "Whatever God brings here, I'm going to love regardless." But when my daughter went to that hospital at 9 weeks and they declared her brain dead after they refused to give her medical services the night before, I, as a mother, would have liked to have had a choice. The state took my baby's body and left me with no choice.
No, and I agree that
you are a mother, so I think that I understand you're a mother and a grandmother, but
if I were in her shoes, and I'm just speaking for myself, my mother would probably have said the same thing. But if somebody would ask me if something had happened to my body when I was carrying my child, if there is a way for you or for the doctors to save my child, please do that. I'm a woman that's telling you that I've carried children. I have 6 of them.
Okay.
If there is a way, if I had went in the hospital and been in this lady's shoes, I can't speak for myself. She can't speak for herself, but I'm just telling you, as a mother and as a woman, my mama probably would say the same thing her mama would say. But if they ask me, who the person in the shoes, I would beg them doctors, please, if anything you could do, please. If you got to keep me alive, save my baby, please. That would be my choice.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying every mother might not feel that way, but that's because I don't feel that way.
Okay.
I love mine. Now, let me tell you something.
It's not. I don't think this is about love at all. This is not about love. It's not about love, and I love what you're saying. And again, I'm not gonna compare oranges to apples because obviously I can't carry a baby, but I am a father of two. Been with my wife since she was 13 years old, about to be married 20 years. She carried two. I carried both of my babies, and the first one she nearly died with. So she spent the entire first trimester in the hospital with the oldest one that everybody love right now. And it came down to abort the baby or they're both going to die. So I know what it feels like to be left with a choice when your wife is incapacitated and no longer able to speak for themselves. Now,
What did she choose?
you know,
Still here, right?
yeah, they both made it. She said my wife came back long enough to say I'm going to have this baby if it kills me. If it kills me. So that meant that she no longer cared about herself. She was going to die. They were not going to take her baby. She was going to die with her baby. Do you understand what that had to feel like for a man that's watching this woman that he loved and you can't do nothing with?
My husband went through the same thing.
And that's what she said. That was but the thing was it was her choice. And what you
I'm gonna leave him with five.
Okay, can we let each other finish, guys? Can you let him
Oh, I'm
finish?
sorry. We was having a conversation. My bad.
I know.
People having a. I'm sorry.
We're listening, and so we're trying to hear. And so when y'all keep cutting each other off, we're not hearing everything that each other says. So I'm just asking that you let Marquise finish, so we can hear everything he says, and then you can talk.
Sure. But the thing about it is she had a choice in the matter. I had a choice in the matter. This mother did not have a choice. The state took her child's body and they're growing a fetus inside of a dead body. And you people keep romanticizing, we're saving a life, we're saving a life. You don't know that. You don't do you understand? Not only are we talking about physical abnormalities, fluid on the brain that we already know that is there, it is completely unnatural. What they're doing is simply unnatural. There's no way that medical science has advanced enough to mimic what the brain does to provide that baby with everything it needs to get here successfully and to get here healthy. I understand the idea of let's save a child, but what they're doing is unnatural. It is simply unnatural. I am a Christian, so I'm gonna speak as a Christian. If we want to talk about the way that God works, if God wanted that baby to be here, then God would have let that mother survive long enough to carry it. When God called that woman home, He wanted that baby as well. Otherwise, it would have been at least viable enough to be cut out of that womb and be able to survive on its own. That baby was 9 weeks. We're not talking 22, 23 weeks. My sister had a baby at 23 weeks. My nephew, that was 1 pound, 3 ounces. 2 years before that, she had one that only made it to 22 weeks and was born stillborn. So I've been there. I've done that with everything y'all talking about and then some. I've sat there and watched one get wrapped up and swaddled that was completely dead on arrival. These things, what they're doing is simply unnatural. The first voice that a child hears inside the womb is the voice of the mother. You're growing a baby inside of a dead body. When my wife was pregnant with both my kids, what do the doctors always say? Keep the woman calm because it affects the baby. Keep her as happy as you can keep her because it affects the baby. Everything you do to this mother is going to affect this baby. So what effect does it have when the mother is dead and you continue to grow the child inside of a dead body? I want people to stop romanticizing this situation. This is not natural. And that is why this baby's life is still hanging in the balance, and we don't know if it's even going to make it here. And if it does, what form, how much of this baby is going to make it, and how long will it be alive? Because this has been attempted a few times before, and the majority of those kids were DOA, did not make it. So I love the idea, but again, this mother was not given a choice. They if we want to talk pro-life, they should have thought a little harder to save her life the day before, but they didn't. They looked at that black woman, sent her home with headache medicine, and she was brain dead the next day. When a CAT scan could have possibly saved her life, we will never know. These are the conversations. This is how deep this conversation goes. So we need to just stop romanticizing, because that's what we're doing at this point. Let's stop making it romantic and make it be what it is. You're growing a human body inside of a dead one. That's unnatural. Go ahead, Coco. My plane is landed right now. Go ahead. I'm ready for you.
No, I mean, you say what you say. I ain't gonna, I just want to put my little 2 cents in it and say hi to you. That's all I was doing.
So you're not gonna respond, no rebut.
No, I mean, I told you what I thought about it, and I respect your opinion on it too. I'm just, that's I said my piece.
Okay.
Listen, I have been on your panels before, so you understand. I just wanted to, like I said, devil's advocate. I'm gonna just say my piece on it as a mother who has carried children, right? And when you talked about a stillborn, I had a stillborn before.
Mm-hmm.
I did in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
I gave birth to a child because I had an amniocentesis that broke my water prematurely, and it caused me to have to actually go into premature labor, and I had to actually have a funeral for my child. And when I say that devastated me, it literally took half of my soul from me as a mother. And like I said, I'm a mother of 6. I got 6 children, 3 adopted, and I take that. I'm serious about it. My last child, unfortunately, I was forced to get an amniocentesis this time because I was 35 when I had her. Because they said, oh, you're advanced maternal age to have a baby. And before that, I hadn't had any problems other than amniocentesis, but that's what happened. And then when my water broke, they told me, well, you can make a choice, right? You and this baby could not make it, right? One of you, we might even have to choose who gonna make it. And when they said that to me, it's not a choice for me. It was never a choice. It's already made. If somebody gotta go, save my baby. Whatever you have to do with my body, whatever you have to do with me, save my child. And whether that's wrong or right or indifferent, if I had to do it again, I would do the same exact thing. If the Lord came down here and told me, listen, if you had this baby, I'm finna have you brain dead and you finna lay down on the slab, okay? Just so this baby can grow in you. This your choice. It ain't no choice, Lord. Have me as you will. Because as a mother and I believe in the future. I believe in lineage. And when we have our children, sometimes it's not just about, baby showers and pretty clothes and stuff. It's about our future. My children are my future because I can't stay here forever. It's going to be a day when I'm not going to be here, but I'm still going to be here because I have 6 children, 3 adopted children, 5 grandchildren. So my family just continues to keep growing and growing. And maybe that don't matter to some people, but it matters to me. My body is a vessel to me. My body is a vessel to continue the growth of my family. And it is what it is. Some people might be like, girl, that sounds crazy. You just gonna let yourself be a factory. Okay, fine. Whatever you call it. Okay, whatever anybody calls it. I'm proud that I was able to do that. I'm proud that I was able to give 4 children. That's the only thing I was saying. And if I was that mother, right? If somebody asked me, if you go brain dead and the hospital says they can keep you alive long enough for this baby to come out and have a chance at survival, would you do it? And I would 100% sign a consent and say, yes. Yes. If I go brain dead.
Hold on, let her finish. Let her finish.
If they ask me, I'm just telling you, when we come, because women, when we go in there, we go into the hospital. You know, they talk to us about everything. We signing consents. We signing this. You know, if you had this baby, you might not make it. Every single woman that has ever delivered a child has had to sign a consent, and in that consent, it says that you might not make it through this. So you consent for the hospital to go ahead and proceed with the procedures for you to have this baby. And all of us signed it. Whether we read through the fine print or not, we all signed it, including the lady that's on that table. If she was getting prenatal care, she signed it. And I'm just saying to you, as a woman, if the doctor asked me, and I can't speak for every woman, if I was pregnant and the doctor asked me, if something happened and you go brain dead, do you want us to keep you on life support until we can viably get your baby out? Would you be okay? And you know what I would do? I would say yes. And I would sign paperwork to say yes. And it would be against what my mama think, what my daddy think, what my grandma think, what my husband think. I would say yes. That's all I'm saying. Now, wrong or right or indifferent, I agree. I get what you're saying. But I'm telling you, the future of my children matter that much. That's the mother in me, though. Everybody ain't like that. Because, look, I done had a C-section, and they told me before, after having all these babies, pushing them out, oh, I got to cut you open. It ain't no hesitation, because they told me it's going to help my child. Please, slice me open, because that's what I got to do to ensure that this person that I am bringing into this world is going to have a safe, and they're going to come in this world and they get a chance. Now, that's all we can do. Because whether the baby healthy or not, that's speculation. Okay, the baby got fluid on the brain. That's what the doctors say. The doctors told me that my baby wasn't going to cry, right? I told you that. They even told me, your baby ain't going to have no hair on her head because my baby came out with hair covering her eyes. Because doctors don't always know. God has the last say, right? God has the last say in everything. And so once this baby come, okay, while we all saying we didn't put all this, okay, the baby gonna be messed up. What if that baby, okay, that baby that she carrying, and I'm not trying to put all this pressure on her, but what if her child was meant to be here? What if the fingers and the wheels are turning because God said so? What if God is moving these wheels? Because see, sometimes people we think that we know everything, right? But there's a creator that's in control of everything that we doing, baby. Whether it's the doctors or something, it's somebody moving them strings. So maybe it's the creator want this baby to be here. Maybe the creator wants this baby to be here. So maybe the wheels that are turning, it might look bad, right? Because everything we look at the Bible, right? It looked bad for Jesus. Everything looked bad for him. People treated him like he shouldn't even be here. Everything looked bad. But sometimes, I didn't say it was the same. Lord have mercy. We know that Jesus was not incubated in his mama body. Okay, we know that. What I'm trying to say is sometimes we as people look at things with our own eyes and we assume that it's bad, but we don't know. Sometimes it's a bigger picture here. There's a bigger picture.
We assume that it's good when it's not.
But how do you know that? How do you know that it's not?
How do you?
I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. Like I didn't know that when my baby came out, I didn't know if the doctors was right or wrong. Them doctors told me my baby was gonna come out. She wasn't gonna be crying.
You had a choice, Coco. I'm trying not to interrupt her, but you had a choice, Coco. Everything you described were choices.
Right, but you know
this woman did not have a choice.
It wasn't choice, it was faith. I had faith.
You had a choice.
Okay, and you can have faith all that you like, but you have to exercise that faith. You have to be able to put that faith into motion and into action. This woman is lying there incapacitated. And I'm sorry,
Dead.
but as a Christian too, I don't think God needs to give a woman a blame breed just to bring a child into this world, because he didn't do it with Jesus. He just said, and there you go. So
God didn't need incubators.
Wait, hold on. Now that
to unalive a woman to bring a life into this world.
hold on. I'm glad you
I don't
said
think
that.
so.
I'm glad you said that. Let's get into the meat and the potatoes of it, because I'm glad you said that. Ain't that the same God that allowed Jesus to be nailed up on a cross and ridiculed? Ain't that the same God? Didn't he allow?
But why though?
Wait, hold on. Didn't he allow people? Wait, hold on now. Didn't he allow people to throw stones at Jesus on that cross? Didn't he allow people to desecrate where his resting place was, right? Because people are gonna be people. Let me tell you something. God allows people.
Coco, no.
Oh, Mooney. He also gave Jesus the opportunity to decline.
Guess what, Coco? Jesus had a choice.
So this is the second coming of Christ? Is that what you're saying?
Satan took him out into the desert, and he showed him, I will give you every nation of the world. Just bow down.
Correct. That was a choice. Jesus had a choice.
Jesus had a choice to go to the cross. God didn't have to allow anything.
Hold on. Jesus had a choice.
Jesus had a choice.
He had a choice.
Hold on, because I got two ministers in the room.
Hold on.
T. Marie, Mr. T, this is your specialty. Please. Please. Please.
The reason why they say Jesus has a choice is because the Garden of Gethsemane happened way before going to the cross. And in that place, in the garden, is where he decided that his will was going to line up with his Father. He said, nevertheless, thy will be done. But Jesus said himself, if there's cup, good, bad, right? 3 times he said it. And the angels came and ministered to him for him to get into the next place. So that's why they said he still chose to do that. He still chose to go.
Right, but when
Choice.
they put him on the cross, right? When they did that, he didn't literally show me in the Bible.
Because
And he had the power to pull himself off of it if he wanted to.
That's like saying when somebody gets taken by the police, right? They might know they rights. They might have thought in their head, listen, I already know what I did. But when the police shackled them down and threw them and they put their face in the dirt, they didn't have no choice, man. They didn't have no choice. Okay? They chose to have.
No, but the difference was supernatural. Jesus at any time could have stopped the cross had he chose. He could have called a legion of the angels at any time and went against what God's will was for him. That's the choice that they're
okay, I like how you swayed that, but in the midst of being a man, wait a minute, when Jesus walked this earth, he was in the form of a man. Okay, he was in man form, right? Are we all in agreement with that? When he walked this earth, he was in the form of a man. He was not in the form of a spirit. He was not in the
He still had power.
I just told you why they said he had a choice. You're arguing apples and oranges. And I get it. I understand being a mom. I have 6 children too. 4 adopted, 3 biological. I understand what you're saying. I get it. I understand. But what I'm saying to you is that at the same token, he did have a choice. He could have called a legion of angels at any time and decided.
Yeah, what is going on? I'm about to cut your camera. It's too much, Mia. It's too much. What's happening?
But Miss T, I'm so glad that you said that. So going back to the subject, I'm glad that you said this.
You a mom. You understand.
I do. And I married a daughter, and I also married another one and when she was 12. I understand the sacrifice. I get it. I understand. But what I'm saying to you is that she was never given that choice.
But as a mother, I'm just asking you as a mother, because I was just speaking on myself when I said the choice. I can't speak for her. I was just speaking as a mom, as a mother. If you had the choice to allow your body to be a vessel for your child, even if you couldn't even use your body yourself, would you do it?
No. Absolutely, as a mother, absolutely, but it's still my choice. I would give my life for my children right now who are grown.
That's all I was saying.
If there was a situation to happen, but what I'm saying is that she wasn't given that choice, and that's not fair.
Okay, well that's all I was trying to get out. So I appreciate you for your honesty, because that's all I was trying to say. Now I'm not speaking for that mother. I can't speak for her, but I was just speaking as a mother. And every mother isn't the same. You understand what I'm saying? So I respect that. Like when you said yes, it's another woman who said no.
So intellectually, let me say this: I had a conversation with God, and I'm just gonna
Sure.
y'all know it is what it is. I ain't gonna even try to put no context on it.
Sure.
But my daughter, when my daughter was born, she lived a little bit after the time, and a question came into my head, and the question was, at the situation, like, would I have given, even if she could have had a couple moments, if she could have had a couple moments more, if she could have had an hour more, yes. I would have, but intellectually, my conversation would probably be different now at the end of it having 5 children. But well, you know what I'm talking about, like, because she's no longer here. So what I'm saying is she would be the 7th one. So for me, having the situation, having that, now I got to think about the well-being of my other children too. Because now I'm saying, okay, well, even if she lived a little bit of time, I would give her more time. That's a mother's love, right? But then at the end of the day, I'm still leaving behind the other children who still need me. Does that make sense?
No, it does, because
I'm still there would be a tearing in my spirit, because I'm like, okay, we know a mother's heart is giving and sacrifice. Okay, I get all that, but then also intellectually speaking, this baby right here that we do have, and I understand doctors make mistakes. I get it. I understand that. They told me my son was unalive in my belly, and Marquise know my story. And they told me my son was autistic. My son drives, works, has his own place, does everything. So I understand. But what I'm telling you is that still does not. She still has to have a choice.
No, I agree with you. I 100%.
And that's why it's wrong.
But understand this, when we talk, and I appreciate talking to you, because I am a mother. I have 6 children. My oldest child is 25 years old. Like I said, my youngest is the one who I went through stuff with, and she's 8 years old today. She's 8, and I sacrificed for her. Did I think about my sacrifices at the time for my other children as a mother? All you know is your maternal instinct. And my maternal instinct said, hey, I'm going to do whatever I can do to make sure that this child survives. And I get it. No, the mother didn't have a choice. I don't, I'm not, I didn't say whether the doctors were right or wrong. Let me just say that, because when I put it in the chat, I said devil's advocate. I said, has anybody ever thought that if the mother did have a choice, maybe she would choose this? That's what I said. That's all I said. I didn't say wrong, right. She had to do this. The doctor's right. I never said that. All I'm saying is there are different types of mothers in the world, and we just proved this on this panel tonight. I just said as a mother, I would do it. You just said as a mother, you would do it. There was another mother on here who said absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. You said it, right? So it's different types of people in the world. We got to respect that, because everybody's not the same. I personally would lay on a sword for my kids. I would do that. Everybody won't do that. Just like even in the news, we looking at the Rodney Henn thing. You see what he did for his kid? Everybody ain't gonna do that.
Everybody's not going to sacrifice themselves.
That's a terrible example. He killed he unalived a person that was he unalived a person that had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. That's a poor example. That's a poor example.
What I'm just saying is everybody as parents are different types of people. There are different types of parents. And we're all like talking about this situation with this young lady. She can't speak for herself because she's in a state where she can't speak for herself. So everything everybody's talking about is speculation. It's our own opinions based on what we think. Everybody's speculating what would happen, but I'm just telling you, if I was in her shoes,
But it should be her parents' choice.
Correct. We're arguing about choice.
does she have a husband? Wait,
It's a boy.
It's a boyfriend. It should be her mother's choice. Correct.
Her family's choice. Or whether they choose to do that or not. If they bring this baby into this world, this baby has all kinds of issues and all that stuff, who is going to take care of this baby?
No, I agree. No, I agree that it should be her family.
Who's going to pay the medical bill?
Just like when people go on there and in the hospital decides to donate your organs, like that's messed up. Because I've seen that. I've seen it. We all have seen it. Where people go in there and the parents be trying to fight, and the hospital be like, well, they signed this paper or whatever. No, it's not right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's not right. All I was saying is,
Mama, the day I had my daughter, the daughter that was stillborn, when they had the choice between, what was going to happen, my mama said, listen, she told me, she said, listen, that's my baby in the bed over here.
Mm-hmm.
I want what's best for my baby. This baby over here, now my mother said this. This baby over here, she was just like, no, this is my baby right here. I need now, and my mind was different. I was thinking this, the host, but my mother was like, Even when I got my tubes tied, she said the same thing.
Man, my mama, if I was let me tell you something. If it was up to my mom, when I went through the thing I went through with my last baby, let me tell you, my mama would, if I couldn't talk, my mom would have told them, terminate that baby, terminate it, and let my daughter live.
And that would have been her choice.
But I would have said, let my baby live. That's what because mothers, their first instinct is to save the life of their babies. Her mama, her first instinct is she want to save the life of her daughter. You understand what I'm saying?
Is with her mom is though her mom is going to have to deal with her daughter dying twice.
Correct.
Already brain dead, and then when this fetus gets here,
if it gets here,
if it makes it here, she now has to witness her child die twice. No one is paying attention to this mother either.
Come on. She has to agree.
The choice of letting her child go ahead and go was taken away from her when her daughter died. So why put this mother through the pain of having to watch her child die twice?
And imagine, and heaven forbid the baby doesn't make it. So that's 2 deaths. now we've named this fetus and become attached to this fetus, which may not even survive. So now, if this fetus passes, that's one unalive, and the woman is already unalive. And the way that her mother is describing it, she says, every time I watch my daughter, the grieving process starts over again. What about this mom?
Do y'all remember Ray Carew? Y'all remember him? Yeah. Y'all remember what happened with his baby?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
We know the mama that the baby, was born. He lost. He didn't have a lot of oxygen to the brain. Because his dad had.
Ray Carew tried to unalive the mother of the woman who was pregnant with his baby, and the baby survived.
But the mother didn't. Remember?
Okay.
But
the baby was viable.
But hold on.
Yes, he's still alive.
Yes, the little boy.
He's like an adult now.
Yeah, he's still alive.
But the baby was viable. That's not the same situation. The baby wasn't viable when the mama died.
They made that decision. It was 9 weeks.
Already really far along in the pregnancy, so this is not a comparable story.
No.
The reason I brought that up. The reason I brought that up is because yes, he was viable, but because of the state of the mother's body, the fetus lost oxygen. The little boy is disabled today. He disabled.
Right, but the key word is viable.
Correct.
But she wasn't dead when he was born.
Because she was able to tell them who tried to unalive, well, it would have been attempted to unalive her at that time.
No, she told him that night, but he literally, that baby was not born when that woman was alive. Y'all need to relook at that story. When she was not alive when the child was born. She said it that when they got to her. But that woman was not alive when that boy was born. You need to look at that story.
Okay, but the key word is still viable.
Correct. That baby was able to leave.
Somebody said in the comments that I lost it. This is not a battle. I just want y'all to understand that. I'm not
right, but what we're saying is that all the examples you're giving are not.
Well,
they're not comparable.
Sun kiss. I'm gonna say this.
Sunset.
People do that all the time.
Okay.
I just clearly said. I just feel like.
Listen, I'm not battling you. I'm not battling anyone on this panel.
It's not a battle. We're having a discussion.
So, okay, no, somebody said it.
Hold on one second, Coco. Why is it that you can express your thought on something completely, but as soon as somebody says something that's not in alignment with what it is you have, it's a battle? We're just doing the same thing you are.
I didn't even say it was a battle. Somebody in the comments said, "Oh my God, hold on."
I'm gonna go ahead and go on mute.
You literally just used that word. You said that, Coco. You said I'm not battling with anybody. You said that. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Mooney. I appreciate it.
Oh, Mooney's coming. It's fine.
Mooney said, I'm not.
Welcome to the conversation, Mooney.
Sometimes people don't listen. Like, they just literally be trying to attack for no reason.
Coco, go ahead and just put a name on it for me so we don't speak in.
Okay, Sunset Kisses.
Yeah,
Beauty for Ashes said, Coco, baby, you've lost this battle. I simply said,
Good night, Mr. T.
Battling anyone. Now, matter of fact, since you're a person who obviously pays attention, go in the that's what I was referring to.
Oh, no, I'm not battling y'all. I'm clear on that now.
I'm not battling y'all. I'm literally just speaking my piece. In fact, when Marquise was talking, I digressed. I didn't even want to go in. I was like, I'm done. Did I not?
Welcome to the conversation, Mooney.
God dang. Now I was like, no. Thank you, Miss Tito, for at least acknowledging what I really said, what was really happening.
Oh, well, thank you for the clarification. Mooney, we're ready for you.
Yeah, well, I'm battling. I choose to battle. I put my armor on. I'm going to battle this all day. What we're not going to do is sit here and say that, well, I never said that. What you said was, how do we know that it's not God's will that this child survived? And then you, Arvidas Sabonis, pivoted your way out of it when the crowd didn't go your way. That's what you said.
Okay,
no, ma'am, it's my turn.
Oh, I want to battle too at this point.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, it's my turn, ma'am. It's my turn.
Go ahead.
That's what you said. That's what you said, clear as day. How do we not know that this is what God wanted to be? And then when people didn't like that, then you want to bring up everything else. Then you want to bring up Ray Caruth. Then you want to bring, well, I wasn't saying, and that's all I was saying about a whole bunch of other stuff. We heard what you was saying. We was there. Okay? We was there. That's what you said. Shame on you. Shame on you. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if that's the type of God that you follow, me personally, I don't want any parts of it. Okay? Then you want to bring up the sacrifice of Jesus. We shut that down. Then you want to bring up Ray Caruth. We shut that down. Then you want to bring up your personal stuff. We shut that down. And then you want to, like I said, you want to pivot 7 different ways to Sunday and act like we didn't hear what we heard. This woman is unalived and gone. I don't care if this child is perfect. I don't care if the grandparents want it. I don't care if the dad wants it. The answer is no. Under any circumstances, under any religion, the answer is no under the God of bodily autonomy. And that's it. Now, this isn't the first time I've had this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Marquise, I was here a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, you must respect bodily autonomy even if it makes you uncomfortable. Even if it was 4 days out from viability, even if it was 2 hours out from viability. Now, for the record, the Ray Caruth thing, that baby was saved same day. Same day. It was 70 minutes without oxygen. That woman, they took that child out the same moment that she was unalived. It was, well, she's pregnant. Let's see. No, ma'am. I need you to listen. Okay, what they didn't do right, was keep her unalived
Mm.
for months. It's not the same, right? The child was viable, and they tried to save the existing child. That's it. There's no similarity there, right? I don't know what point you're trying to, I mean, I do. I know that the point that you're trying to so cleverly make is that what if God wants it alive, which is a weird argument. Because if your God requires the sacrifice of our bodily autonomy, that's crazy work.
Mm.
Not like this. Not like this. That's the argument you're trying to make. And that's why you're using 27 different ways, like a 27-step wig, but an argument for non-autonomy of our bodies. Wild. Crazy work. Knock it off. You should be.
Let me ask you this.
Honestly, you should be. No, ma'am. Honestly, you should be ashamed of yourself.
But
You should
everything
genuinely be ashamed of
everything
yourself.
you said, are you able to stop it right now? Everything
No, ma'am.
you said,
No, for
you
this,
have
no.
you have the whole group, right? Everybody's supporting you.
Nope, I don't need nobody to support
What I'm
me.
saying
What I'm doing is
everything that you
nope,
have
no, ma'am.
said right
No,
now,
ma'am.
are you able to change the circumstances with that woman? With the words you just
That's
said?
the difference, my friend. I'm not trying to because she's dead.
I didn't try to either. I spoke my piece.
I'm
But
not
you
trying
think
to
you said you
change
want to
anything
battle.
for this
You want to
person.
battle.
I'm not trying
Nothing
to
you
change
have
or do
said.
anything for this
Nothing
person
you have said.
because she's unalived.
Okay, so now
Of
your
course.
point, it feeds to the masses in this group, right? Because they know you. But are you able to change the circumstance? Okay,
Ma'am,
are
I'm
you
not-
able? Does
ma'am,
your point?
I'm
Does your
not trying
point?
to change any
Does your
circumstances
point
for
change?
somebody that is unalived. What are you talking
She's a
Does
corpse.
your point? Does what you're saying change the circumstances?
I'm not trying to change any
Well, then what?
circumstances.
You
for
said
any-
you want to battle.
This-
So
you know
if
what?
you
No,
have a
no.
valid
And
point,
you know what?
you can't change the circumstances.
No, but you know what? That's the problem.
And what I said, don't change the circumstances either.
No, ma'am, and I didn't say that you tried to. What you're trying to
So
do
what
is
you
justify
what you
it.
what you
But what you're
I
trying
didn't
to
try
do
to
is
justify anything.
Yes, you
No,
did.
I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did. Yes, you did.
listen.
The second you said, and I quote, how do we not know that God
If
wants
we
his
don't
baby to
know,
be
or
alive?
do
You're
you know?
justifying it. You're justifying
Do
it.
you have a line to God? Did
You're
God
justifying
tell
it.
you that you're right?
You're justifying it.
Like I said, how do we know? How
You're
do you
justifying
know?
it. You're
It's not
justifying
just
it.
do you
You're
have that
justifying it.
to
And
back
I stand on that, and I stand on business.
God,
You're justifying it.
do you have a direct line to God?
Ma'am,
Did he
you're
tell you
justifying it.
right?
You're justifying it.
Since we're battling, did God tell you you right?
Ma'am,
Did
you're
God
justifying
say that your point of view is right and mine
You're
is wrong?
Ma'am, you're
Did
justifying
God
it.
tell you? No, I'm asking you since you're so righteous.
Shame on you.
Did the Lord tell you?
Hold on. Let me interject for just a second. Mooney is an atheist. She does not even believe in God. so I just want to destroy that part of your argument. Mooney's an atheist.
Who don't believe in God? I'm done.
Yeah, you should be. Thanks. You should be. If I would have known that she was going to be done, I would have announced myself as an atheist.
You are a confused ass person.
Wait, hold on.
Hold up. Her being an atheist does not make her a confused person. So we respect all opinions here. We respect. Okay.
First of all, rules over here, we do not curse over here. Cursing get you booted out of here.
How you a cussing Christian? Oh my God.
So I muted you because you kept talking. I'm trying to get you to understand there's no cursing over here.
No.
Secondly, the funny thing is that she didn't become this person that you want to ascribe until Marquise said she was an atheist. It was all good just about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and for the record, you guys, I never mentioned what God wanted. I mentioned what Coco said.
Y'all fake.
Wanted.
Y'all fake.
Yeah, and if I would have known,
Who is fake?
The whole panel fake. Because what
That's
she
fine.
literally just
If
said.
I would have known,
Oh well, I am a Christian, and I don't agree with what you're saying, Coco. But we're she.
You were over here uneducated on the topic.
You know what? I'm in the wrong place.
you are
right. I am in the wrong place. You're right. Because an atheist can tell me about God. And then, Sunkiss, you've been ready to jump on me since I jumped on this doggone panel.
We will 100% jump on you when you say.
Well, we're not attacking you as a person, Coco. We're attacking your points. And if you can't.
If an atheist feels like they can tell me about God and y'all can tell me, like, come on, get out of here. I'm gonna leave your panel. I have respected your panel before.
Are you a
But if an atheist can jump on, listen, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you. So you better drop me. This is what you want to do. We can do it. Because the moment we're talking about faith, ain't nothing fake. If this camera was fake, he just about to fake because everything ain't no profile.
was having a whole conversation and you interjected and we were just talking. Me and Marquise were just talking in the beginning and you jumped in. So I already know.
Yes, I asked you to not
However, I'm talking to an atheist who brought up God to me. I'm talking to an atheist who brought up God.
Coca, you brought God into the conversation. Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna leave this panel because it is bothering me. I do feel attacked, so I'm gonna leave it. But don't say nothing else. Good night, Coco.
She's going.
Another one bites the dust.
I absolutely attacked her, and for something like this, I will attack anybody with that point. Also,
it wasn't attacking. This is a conversation.
Right. I also need to make something clear. I never mentioned my personal belief or what God did or didn't. I mentioned what she said.
I know that. We know that.
If I had known that she was going to drop when I said I was an atheist, I would have turned my camera on, wore an atheist t-shirt, and announced it from the rooftops from the moment that I got up. What I'm not going to do is listen to somebody justify what is going on to this unalived woman in the name of some God.
Come on.
And for the record, that baby's mom lived a whole month after he was born, fighting for her life to be here for her kid. I mean, but I digress.
Again, she doesn't know the facts. She didn't know the Bible. Because she really didn't understand the whole garden. She had no idea.
None.
And she didn't know the story about race.
A choice? How does Jesus not have a choice?
I wasn't always an atheist.
Correct.
I know the Bible very well. As a matter of fact, I was in a line the other day encouraging a Christian not to lose faith because she was losing her faith because of what some other Christians were doing.
Wow.
I sat there with her for an hour and told her not to lose faith and that other Christians that are making her feel this way, it's not right. God didn't preach to the believers. He preached to the doubters. Right? So it's not like I don't know. It's not like I have a huge issue that I just personally don't believe. But what I do know is the second that woman said, how do we know that God? No, we're not doing that.
I know, that made me feel good. Mooney, I am so proud of you.
Because she was upset. She was crying because it was a couple people who told her that, because she was struggling in her walk with Jesus and because she was struggling, she didn't know and they were making her feel really bad and they were making her feel like she's not strong enough and this and that and this. And I got up there and I was, the atheist in the room was defending.
Come on, Mooney.
DP, you have a lot of background noise. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, but when you come off, I don't know if it's a TV or something.
Yeah, it's real loud.
Yeah, but that, so it's not like I'm just out here.
Understood.
Yeah, and I made her, and I told her, I said, that's whatever these people are telling you is not what Jesus was ever about. Jesus didn't speak about none of that. None of it. So I'm not what people's idea of atheists, a lot of us aren't. So, but anyways, like I said, I didn't tell her anything about God. I only repeated her words back to her.
Correct.
I will always gear up for battle. Yeah. I will always be aggressive, and I will always be over the top and rude and disrespectful, and I will always not be kind and run people off who want to come up here and speak on this unalived lady like that in the name of that.
That was insane.
I kept trying, and she kept cutting everybody off, and the camera on for people to read my face. I told you the words.
Because let me tell you something. Because Jesus even got upset with the zealots, right? She's a zealot. And Jesus had no time for the zealots, right? The overzealous, right? Those that believe in this at the expense of all else. That is false prophet. That is not what Jesus is about. That is not what this religion is about. We're not doing it. He is not about to have this woman. Now I am speaking on it. Not about to have this. No.
But I want to make a point. I want to point out something and that I really appreciate because even though Mooney is not a Christian and she's an atheist, she still respects other people.
Sure does.
And for me,
no, wait, now don't give me too much credit.
Well, she respects mine. Sure.
And I think, honestly, I feel like that's where a lot of Christians falter.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Christians think, if you don't think like me, if you're not a Christian like me, you're wrong, and I can't respect you.
Well, like what she was saying, I'm confused and I'm this and that. I respect y'all because y'all respect me. You guys don't proselytize. You guys don't try and convert. I don't. Now that is the quickest way for me to just match energies in the worst way.
Right.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Hang on, friend. Because then we're going to meet it pound for pound, right? Because then we're going to go fact for fact, and I'm going to give you the full brute strength of why I'm an atheist. And you might leave questioning. I don't want that. I want y'all to stay in your faith because it makes you happy. Right, so I respect that, respect me, and we're good.
Very simple.
And a lot of Christians don't do that, and that's why I asked with Marquise and Sun Kisses and everybody else because just let us live.
That's it. Very simple. Go ahead. Welcome to the conversation.
I'm gonna say this real quick and drop, but much respect for Mooney because honestly, more atheists that I've encountered or spoke with tend to actually have more faith and more belief per se than most Christians, and that's a trip. We most Christians believe in performance than that the actual practice. So again, I sided with you, Mooney. So I just wanted to say that. But again, most atheists that I've met or encountered actually know more word than actual Christians.
There is a difference in being a Christian and having a relationship with God.
Yes.
Very good.
I think that we're missing up the two. Just because I sit in a garage does not make me a car. I'm just a person in the garage.
Listen, I play Call of Duty all day, but I am nobody's soldier.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
We have a lot of people, but the word of God says we will know them by their fruit. Right?
Come on.
So we will know them by their fruit. Fruits of the Spirit. Fruits of the Spirit, fruit of love, long suffering, love, all of those things. And so, but those are the things that just because you get saved and you say, okay, now I'm saved, you still have to, with the fruits of the Spirit, that's something that you have to develop. It's something that you develop over time. And a lot of people, they don't do that. They don't get there. And that's one of the reasons why people are leaving the church today. They don't want to be there because of we're a poor representation,
Yes,
poor relationship of who God really is.
And a lot of people times they don't really know Jesus, right? If Jesus didn't talk about it, then neither do we, right? If Jesus didn't have an issue with it or speak on it specifically, then neither do we. Or neither should Christians, in my humble opinion, right? And Jesus talked about love and forgiveness. So outside of that, what are we doing? Not judgment, like the ones that and you know who he judged the most, like I said, to the last lady that I talked to, in the Christian life I was in, he never went hard against the non-believers. He went against the fake Christians. Those were the ones that he went so hard against. Those were the ones that misrepresented, those that said that they believed but didn't practice love and forgiveness. If you are not operating under love and forgiveness through Christ, then I don't have time for you, and I probably am going to be your worst nightmare.
What I didn't really understand was she okay with what Mooney was saying?
As long as she thought she was a Christian.
She was a Christian.
That was crazy.
The atheist crashed out.
It did not void a single thing, Mooney said. All of her points were still very much valid.
And they were going back and forth, and she was okay arguing with her, which is kind of weird that she thought she was arguing with another Christian, and that was okay.
That was fine.
It's not weird because I'm going to say something, and I think everyone's going to understand this.
She crashed out.
She lost it.
Crashed out.
That car hit the wall.
I know this isn't going to sound the best, but we're all going to understand when I say she's a church auntie.
Nah, you activated her demon.
The specific church aunties I'm talking about. She's a church auntie. She's a traditional church auntie.
Oh.
Nah, that ain't even that. You activated her demon.
Exactly, and that's my thing. When you play those kind of games, that you're easy to get picked apart.
You should go have them removed.
Also, did she cuss at me?
And she cussed. I called out on that. You a cussing Christian.
Me, Marquise, and Sunset Kisses got it down.
That's why you said how you were cussing Christian.
A cussing Christian. How dare you? Hey, Sunshine. You're fine.
How are you? And I'm only coming up here for just one simple thing.
Yes.
This is why I tell people I love Moni. Moni has always been this person, and I've seen her on many, many panels.
Mm-hmm.
She's always been the same way.
She's fair.
And she's going to be very honest about things, and she's fair about it. She's going to educate you. And the fact that she can call, because God's word says many are called, but few are chosen. So when you have those individuals who pretend to be a so-called Christian, you got to be able to take their feedback when somebody is given to you. You got to have that humbling spirit. And the fact that this lady did not, she got so angry so quick. And like, what is going on? I wasn't even trying to come up, but I was like, what? Anytime we got Moni telling you about Christ, girl, sit down.
The demon got activated.
You know it's bad.
It made her demon come out.
Yes. Listen, I'm not that scary. Like I said, I will. I mean, and Marquise knows. And I think since you were in here, was it 2 weeks ago? Maybe when we were talking about this last time. When it comes to this particular subject,
It's too much.
About this particular unaligned woman, I am feral. Like, I'm really feral. I'm very unhinged. I do not have a chill button when it comes to this, because this to me is the scariest, most disgusting, most horrific. And as much as I understand, I'm an Aquarius, so even against my own interests, I understand everybody's point of view. I just do. I can't help it. This is one of the first times that, although I can comprehend why people would think a certain type of way, I have absolutely zero effort to allow it to be, if that makes sense. Like, this is 0 to 100. Like, when she kept saying, I'm not trying to battle, I am. Like, I will battle this. Even if there's no fight, I will cause a fight. I will cause a scene. I will upend the chairs. I will ruin the vibe, right? And I think when it comes to certain things, the problem is people don't know how to sometimes ruin the vibe. And for something like this, I will always ruin the vibe. Not always, but for this, I will ruin the vibe. I'm going to ruin the camaraderie. If there's a civil discussion going on, I'm going to make it uncivil. When it comes to this particular topic with this woman, there's no. You're going to have to kick me out, because I'm not going to be kind. I would have used 100 cuss words if I could, but in Marquise's life, I won't, and I won't.
Thank you so much for that.
I think part of her problem is the fact that, the choice is not something she understands.
She did not.
Choice was a problem for her when it comes to this lady. And my problem with anyone who feels that, I get it, because I am a mom. My kids are 24 and 21. So I'm not going to negate that she says she's willing to be an incubator. I don't want to be an incubator, especially if my fetus is only 9 weeks old.
Correct.
Because I don't want this fetus that may make it and become a baby, become a breathing person, to have been inside my body all this time, and you can't regulate the inside of my body no matter how much you're keeping my body alive. That baby is still getting some toxins because
correct,
you're regulating my body weight.
Correct.
This baby is not being fed the proper nutrients that it should receive.
Correct.
I'm not getting the proper nutrients that, if I were alive, that my body needs. So in other words, I don't want to be here. I don't want my baby to come here in this manner and potentially have all these things go wrong with this baby, who technically wasn't but this big at the time that I died. If you say it had a heartbeat, I'm glad
Good night,
welcoming
Mia.
this baby. Now I'm no longer alive to be here to welcome this baby, and I couldn't imagine my youngest daughter, quote unquote, she was going to come here supposedly Down syndrome. I couldn't have imagined me not being here to raise her as a Down syndrome child. So my thought process will always be, my mama probably, well, not my mama, but this lady's mama probably could love her child and give her child everything that it needs if it comes to a special needs baby. But you made this child a special needs baby.
Come on.
By keeping me alive as an incubator. So what justice did you do for my child? You didn't. You brought my child here as a test tube baby.
Come on.
And so now my child has to suffer for life if it makes
it.
Comes here, and I'm gonna play the little small devil's advocate she tried to play. What if God allows this baby to come here perfectly healthy, but we didn't know that at 9 weeks?
Come on.
That's what we didn't know. We took a chance and we played God because that's what the hospital and the doctors are
That's
doing.
what they're doing.
They're doing his job. They are hoping and praying that because they took his job, that he follows through and allow his will to be done for this baby to come here healthy. That's what they're banking on. But you can't play God.
I think for me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anybody.
You fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I think with me, all I see is another Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah.
That's all it is. To me,
You sure did.
That it's Henrietta Lacks all over again. And they're going to use this baby and whatever comes of it, even if the baby is not even viable once it gets here, whatever good they can get, if the eyeballs are good, the heart is good, the lung is good, they're going to use it to save some other kid and say, oh, well, one thing we do know we can do is we can use this baby to save another baby. So how fair is that still to this family that my daughter died 3-4 months ago, however long ago it's been since she died, and then you kept her alive, hoping and praying that my grandbaby come here with no issues. But then once this baby gets here, if it makes it, now I gotta watch my daughter die all over again. But then my grandchild gotta die.
Come on.
I gotta make the decision to allow y'all to harvest this baby's organs, whatever is viable, to save somebody else's child on the brink of, oh well, this is what God would want.
Come on.
What's going to happen?
Exactly.
You know what's going to happen when that happens? This was what I had said in Marquise's live a couple weeks ago. The scariest part about this.
Oh, yes.
Horrible, so just walk with me.
Oh, I'm with you.
The scariest part about this is if this child survives. The scariest part about this is if this child, and let's say what happens with, what this lady down below just said. Let's say even if they can harvest this child for organs. The worst part about that is number one, if this child survives, the right-wing Christians are going to use this child as some sort of example or a savior. In that way, and what's going to happen is they're going to hold it up, and this will start happening to all of us.
Yep.
Right? Number two, if this child is allowed to be used for harvesting, well, then there it is. There's the justification as well. Well, let's keep these women alive because we can harvest the organs of their children.
Come on.
Now we can save millions of other kids that's on the way.
The best case scenario, and I know this sounds awful, but the best case scenario is if this child does not survive, nor are any organs viable for harvesting. Because let's walk down the road. Can you imagine what would happen if this child does survive or the organs are viable? Can you imagine?
Well, yeah, they're already
I can imagine.
What's scary about it is
because right now,
like you said, that donor sticker on your license plate, on your
I took that off.
But this is different. This is different. This is different.
Or a liver.
Right, but this is different, DP, and here's why, right? Because let's say, remember, this is in a state where fetuses that have heartbeats are people. So even if the mother does not want to be a donor, the fetus is now considered optional for donorship. So they won't use the mother's organs as donor, but they will keep the mother alive so that they can somehow either birth this baby or harvest the organs. The best, and I know this sounds bad, the best case scenario is if this child does not survive or if the organs are not viable. The reason why they don't have any data on this is because this woman is the data.
Exactly.
This woman is the data. And so when they get this data, can you imagine what they are going to do with it? Oh, so we can't birth live babies, but we can certainly keep them to where their organs are viable.
Absolutely.
So of course we're going to keep, and we're not even going to keep this kid. We're not even going to sustain this person for 9 months. We're going to sustain at 7 to 8 months until we can harvest. Now we are all just incubators. This is bad. If this is successful, the only way that this is worse is if this is successful. That is worst case scenario.
Right.
And my point was that they're going to start saying with those donor cards, if you give permission to use your body, and you have a young that is brain dead, but she signed that donor card, she can now be kept alive and be an incubator. And that's where I was headed with this. That this is going to give a whole new meaning to you.
But my thing is, I'm thinking that
it's going to be bad. But one thing I want to address back to the other lady, Coco, she kept saying, "I want my baby to survive." And I was like, "But what about live?"
Correct.
Because I thought it was selfish of her that you bring this baby here, and if this baby does come with all these problems, who's going to have to raise and take care of that child? That father, those parents. I'm like, you're being selfish for yourself. You're not looking at everybody else because you're not going to be here. What your decision means to everybody else,
or your other 5 children.
Because what if the family chooses not to take the child, and the child ends up in the foster system?
Come on.
That child may not get the right foster parents. They'll take the child in, but that's still they're going to get a check for this child.
Yeah.
So the child is going to get the bare minimum of care.
I know that with me, what I used to be a organ donor, and I changed it. I'm also a DNR.
I do not.
It's time for me to go. Deuce me out.
Let me go.
Please love me from a distance.
Let me go.
Exactly. But my brother-in-law, we lost one of my brother-in-laws probably about 10 years ago, and he was only 50 from heart failure. And the heart that my sister paid for, because she still got the bill for $1.9 million.
Oh,
$1.9 million they wanted her to still pay, and he died from it.
God.
So they said it was a match, but it wasn't a match. So they're not even guaranteed that trying to keep this baby alive is going to help anybody else. So they're just using her again like another Henrietta Lacks, and that frustrates me, especially being a Black woman, is that they continue to use us like guinea pigs, like we don't have feelings and souls and
Come on.
about us, and makes us wonderful and amazing and beautiful people. And that frustrates me about this society right now.
Right. We're gonna continue to be lab rats. We are the giver of life, and that's what they appreciate the most. That is something about a Black woman's body that is just, I don't know, just
correct. Because we are the ones we are the beginning. They all come from us. We are the beginning. And they don't understand, and they're trying to figure out. So how? And to me, I think what their thought process is: how can we get past the first person and put in a middleman type thing? I just think that they're just trying to circumvent what life has been this entire time.
Right. It's collecting data, and we have to understand that number one, this is a direct assault on all women, right? A direct assault, but even more so, like you said, it's a even more direct assault on Black women. But we also know that these things are actively happening right now in the disabled community, right? Yeah. A lot of these things that we talk about in a roundabout way always leads back to disability in America. If you really want to just follow the trail, it always leads back to disability. These are things that we see happening all the time with eugenics and in the disabled community, especially the Black disabled community, the Indigenous disabled community, and then with Black women as well. Like, this is a direct assault on all of us. And some of these things, and I hate to say it myself, I'll just speak for myself. I won't speak for anybody else. Where I will take direct responsibility is there are things that have been happening like this in our disabled community for for hundreds of years.
Right.
But I didn't really think, or I didn't, I mean, we all know it's hard, but I didn't really pay much attention to it, right? Until you hear about things like Henrietta Lacks or this particular woman. The sooner we pay attention and take care of our disabled community and give rights to the disabled community, the sooner we recognize that what happens to them will soon happen to us, if it isn't already or if it hasn't been. Right? We have to remember that a lot of these things end up in the disability community first, especially the Black disabled community.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I agree, 100%. It's just madness.
What Crystal Howard said, we should have and always had our own Black hospitals. That I believe it when it comes to our care, if we didn't, and not speaking for all of us because it's not as many as people think it is, but if some of us didn't have the crabs in the barrel mentality that we have, we take care of our own community way better than anyone could ever take care of us because we know us, we understand us, we know the things that we go through as African Americans, Black people, however you want to label us. And I just feel like, because I had this conversation a couple of years back, that we truly could be healers of our own bodies. We could take care of us. We could do the things that we need to do if we knew how to come together as a community and not just think that, well, Marquise got $2 more than Tamisha today, so I ain't happy and now I need to go over here and get DP to God and Sunset Kisses to get on my side. We need to figure out how we can keep Marquise from making these extra $2 that we don't have versus saying, hey, Marquise, can you show us what you did or help us do what you did, long as we're willing to learn it.
Oh, yeah.
To do it. But we don't have that mentality, and we are such a smart race of people because of the amount of things that we have in this earth, that these inventions, we invented them. All of them. So what happened to us that we felt like we didn't need to keep using our senses and our...
We came in contact with white people.
Oh gosh.
Thank you, DP, because
oh god.
Be careful not to dip our toes into respectability politics, right? This idea of if we all were perfect and we all acted great, things would be different. What we ran into was the barrel, right? We're crabs in a barrel because there's a barrel. Right. Exactly. And that barrel is the barrel we were put in when we were stolen and brought here. And ever since then. Right. Now, I'm not saying there's not personal accountability between all of us. Right. Colorism exists in the community. Right. People that look like me perpetuate colorism in the community. You have elitism in the community. You have, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, gentlemen, but you have Black men who are persecuted for being Black, but not men, hanging on to a patriarchy, who are building their own barrels. Right. And so the problem is if we don't want to act like crabs in a barrel, then stop. Then why are we in a, we should if we just take us out of the barrel, right? Because there was a time where we didn't have a barrel. We were fine. We were fine.
Right.
Right. And so although I understand now, is that realistic? Are we ever going to? Probably not. Is there always going to be a barrel? Well, at least in our lifetime, right? For the next few generations, right? If we eliminate the barrel, it's not going to be while I'm here, or even, I don't have kids, but my nieces and nephews are your kids, or maybe not even your kids' kids, right? So realistically, we do have to learn to operate within that barrel. However, even if we were well organized, right? Even if we were perfect, even if we had degrees, even if we paid our bills, even if we didn't fight, even if we all got along, I mean, we did that with Black Wall Street. We did that in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We did that, minding our business in Africa. We did that. And I would argue that the more that we do that, the more they're going to tear us down. So it is important that we get our ducks in a row. It is important. But there is a limit to how much we can do that when we are overcrowded in a barrel and half of us can't breathe.
So true. So true.
Oh, I like that.
It's an important conversation, but we have to be careful not to step into respectability politics.
And me being a Gen X, old school Gen X. Don't laugh at me, nephew. Stop it.
I was laughing at DP.
I'm so sorry if I would talk to him.
Oh, you're good.
I'll give you credit now, Mooney, but I'm posting that somewhere. I'm letting you know that now. Cuss me out now.
Who's doing what?
But that quote you just said, baby, went through me.
Which
you
one?
Said, you said that we were all crabs in the barrel, but half of us can't breathe. Like you're how we get out of that when half of us can't even breathe.
Absolutely.
That's wicked work right there, Moody. That for me it is.
Honey, you need to make sure that you get that just for you. Make sure that can only be your saying. Because that was powerful, baby, for real.
Okay, that was very powerful for all of us. That's okay. You don't even have to give me credit because I can't take credit for what's happening to all of us. Right? It's happening. It's it's happening to all of us. So I won't take credit for that. Go ahead, use it. You ain't got to credit me.
I would say this is, and me being old school Gen X, and I'm also disabled now, been deemed disabled by the doctors and everything that I go through because of my body. It's not working so well, but and I try to make sure. At first, I was just going to doctors, right? But now I'm very cognizant of doctors. I have an oncologist that is Black. I have a pulmonologist that is Black. I have a cardiologist that is Black. I have my PCP. She's Black. And I'm making sure that I'm picking these doctors specifically and because I wanted those who could understand my journey. And if I felt like they wasn't giving me what I needed for the support that I needed and while I'm trying to get healed and with everything what my body is going through, then I'll move on to the next one. I'm just not holding on to just anybody because they Black, but I'm definitely trying to put my money into the Black doctors and who are really out there ready. And my rheumatologist is Black. I had a white rheumatologist that my first doctor's primary sent me to. He told me I had mumps. I got diagnosed. I have a very rare autoimmune disease. He said he don't do anything with mumps, but when I sent the data back to him, showing him you misdiagnosed me, then they starting to call. Well, we're trying to figure out what we can do to make this okay. So that's why I really try to make sure that I'm going to doctors who I know look like me and gonna care about me because they know that their family is going through the same things that I'm going through as a Black woman.
Yeah, it's holistic health, right? Like anytime. And I heard you say something about oncology. I'm not going to ask you to share, but I know that department.
Yeah.
And especially when we're dealing with illnesses, one of the things that many doctors say is, try and take care of yourself, try and not stress too much, try and take it easy. But do you know what taking care of yourself is as a Black person living in a hostile environment that is your country, right? And I'm not saying like every day, but like our country is built off of hostility towards us. And so in order for me to, and it's a little different for me because I'm a little bit lighter skinned, but for every shade darker, especially darker skinned Black women, I can't even speak on it because that's totally different.
Right.
It's a different level of stress trying to operate as a darker skinned Black woman. Wow. Right. And so for a doctor to say, well, you need to, take it easy or take care of yourself or protect your mental health, saying that to a Black woman, depending on the shape that you are, means very different things than a Becky. Right? And Becky, she just needs to go yoga, right? She just needs to go to yoga or avoid Travis, right? For a darker skin or a Black woman, especially a darker skin Black woman, how do you say to them, well, you just need to avoid being like white people? Like, how do you say that? Or you just need to avoid existing? Because that's really what it comes down to, just avoid existing in America. And that's not possible. It's different. Right. And so, yeah, other Black doctors or other Black caretakers understand the holistic approach to the Black body, which is different.
Right. Well, I'm definitely also looking holistically because I'm at the point where I'm taking 15 medications a day.
Oh, wow.
And I am just trying to get off of it. My youngest daughter, she's a minister of music at her father's church, and she's into the holistic thing. I done bought books and stuff because I'm fighting harder because because I'm trying to be here longer for my only grandchild and my 2 kids and my mom and my siblings and stuff. And it just, I have to do things. I'm looking at more things. I didn't even know about like simple diuretics. Like when you're trying to clean yourself out, lemons and cucumbers.
Who knew? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Huh? In the morning, yeah.
Never knew that.
What do you just eat them?
No, you put them in water. You can put them. I put them in water. I let them sit over 24 hours. And when I tell you, and I don't mean to share, I know it's disgusting. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
But it cleaned me out so incredibly. I was like, oh my goodness.
Well,
Are you serious?
I'm lactose intolerant, so all it takes is a glass of milk for me.
But it sometimes doesn't work. That lemon and that cucumber water.
Yeah, it supports
Wow.
The stomach. It supports your stomach lining.
It does.
It keeps your digestive tract happy, right? So it's not, yes, like initially you're going to get cleared out, but over time your body is balanced, right? And look, first of all, let me just make something clear. If there's a pill for it that works, I'm gonna take it. So I'm not like an anti
Right.
person, but I do think that there are certain things. It's just like eating healthy, right? Like lemons and cucumber in the morning is something that can support.
I know you.
Things.
And see, I'm a chef. I'm a retired chef.
Maybe the headphones. I know you.
Who is this? George?
Somebody retarded.
Yeah, I know you. I know you with the headphones.
Don't say the R word. Don't say the R word.
I know. It slipped real easy. This is for entertainment purposes only, TikTok.
Yes, entertainment. It was entertainment.
Here's to try and stop saying that. Just saying,
I know it.
You drop and come back up. You gotta drop and come back.
Okay.
Grapefruit too. Grapefruit is great too.
Yeah,
Really?
George, or whomever you are, what would you?
You bored? You like?
How you been doing?
We good. How are you?
Good. My mom passed away on her birthday.
Oh.
Okay, sorry to hear that. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh, you sound like a kid. Okay. What would you like to add to this conversation?
I just asked you. I know you. I watch your TikTok all the time, and I know your YouTube too.
Oh, well, thank you so much. You just wanted to come up and say hello?
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I certainly appreciate it. I'm so sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for your loss, George. That's tough. I lost my parent too. That's always a difficult one.
Yeah. How you holding up?
I'm holding good.
Okay. Yeah. I lost my dad when I was 15.
I live with my uncle.
You do?
Because both my brothers are in jail.
Okay.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Okay.
Well, how are you doing today, George?
I'm doing good.
Good. That's good to hear.
What do you like
doing so What are you doing up late, George? What are you doing up this late? Can't sleep. I can't sleep either. That's why I'm here. Bugging Marquise.
I go to bed at 1:00. It's not even 1:00 yet.
What time is it where you are?
It's about 12:53.
Oh, so you're Central Standard Time. You only got about 7 minutes before you have to wrap it up.
Yeah.
George, are you just here to hang out for a little bit before you go to bed, or did you want to talk about what we're talking about, or?
Hang out for a minute.
Hey, okay. Well, all right.
Okay, no problem.
What do you do for fun, George?
I play games.
Uh-huh.
And I listen to music.
Hang on, George. Wait, hang on, George. Video games?
Yeah.
Whoa, everybody mute. George, let me tell you, this is a really important question right now. PlayStation, Xbox, or PC?
Xbox.
Xbox only. Yes, George. Yes, because we don't listen. PlayStation is lame. PC is superior.
Oh, it is
Yeah,
not.
yeah, we don't do PlayStation over here because PlayStation sucks.
We for the not be friends.
Listen, now we know PC is superior, but PC is expensive. Well, PC we would. We recognize that. But in terms of consoles, Xbox only. Thank you, George. I'm gonna add you. George, I'm adding you right now.
Meanwhile, I have an Xbox and don't even play it. I play my
It's okay. You're still part of the Xbox family. George, what Xbox games you play?
Batman.
Arkham Asylum?
Yeah.
Let's go.
You got Crash
What else?
Bandicoot?
Sometimes, yeah.
All right.
You play, do you ever play Gears of War, George?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know about the Reloaded coming out in August?
No, my birthday is in August 25th.
Okay, well, the new game.
And my two brothers is August the 18th and August the 19th.
So you're just a bunch of August babies, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome, George. Welcome to the Xbox
Absolutely.
family.
I don't play video games, so none of this means anything.
Have other things to do.
Right. Between my real job, my family, and trying to put out videos every now and then, I'm pretty busy.
I'm a YouTuber.
You're a YouTuber. What's your YouTube name?
George Shannon, just my name.
Okay.
George Shannon?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it.
George, honey, George, you can tell me to mind my business, but I'm looking at your profile.
Who is that man?
Well, I don't know if I should say it, but you have some contact information. Are you sure you want to have that on there? Be careful.
Are you talking about my phone number?
Yeah, honey.
I already put that because I got stuff on my mind. I'm mentally retarded.
Oh.
Well, George, the only reason why I'm asking, George, and I understand that, there are, and as a gamer, you probably know this, that there are some really unkind people. I don't know if you play like you play live on games like I do. I play PvP and stuff. And I've been on TikTok for a while, and sometimes people aren't so nice, right? So, you can keep it on there.
But I got my number on my Facebook too.
I know, honey. I'm just going to encourage you, like, as an Xbox cousin.
Yeah.
Be really careful with that. You might want to, if you have like an Instagram or something, that might be a little bit safer so that they can message you. But I just want to encourage you to maybe not put that on there just because sometimes people aren't so nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you want to take that off.
Use that in the wrong way because not everybody will use that to be nice to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to encourage you, like I said, as an Xbox cousin, do you have an Instagram, George?
Yeah.
Okay. Put your Instagram. I have my Instagram on there too, because I know sometimes I like to talk to people and people want to talk to me. And so I put my Instagram on mine. So it's just a safer way for me to connect with people because then I can block them, right? Or I can kind of control if they're not so nice to me. I can kind of control, who has access or not. So maybe take that off and put your Instagram on there instead. Be a little bit safer. Okay. Especially on like your YouTube and stuff like that. Because like I said, as a gamer, sometimes people aren't so nice. They can be pretty mean out here. And you can't always trust them. There are some good people, but maybe I would just want to encourage you to take your number off there and put your Instagram on instead, okay?
Oh.
All right.
Okay, and also,
we gotta be safe.
Whose picture is that? That can't be your picture. Whose picture is that as your profile? I'm just being nosy now.
For what?
Your profile. Whose picture is that?
Doesn't look like it's me. Is it?
That's you, George?
That's what he has a lot of pictures and videos on his page. I think if that's him, it's consistent with what.
That's him. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, George, honey, I'm just listen.
Okay.
Take your number off there. That's all I'm asking. Be safe. We gotta be safe out here so we can keep gaming and keep hanging out.
All right.
Oh, that's okay.
And if you want to, George, my Instagram is on mine. If you want to follow me, I'll follow you.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. So nice. Look at you, Mooney. You're just making me so proud here lately.
Yeah, man, we want to support George. Listen, we all go through stuff, right? Sometimes we want people to talk to. Sometimes we just want people to talk to. And sometimes it's easier to talk to strangers than it is people that you know.
So kind. So
Been
kind.
there.
All right, folks. I think that would be a good place to wrap tonight because it's 1:00. I'm past my midnight mark.
We're all going to bed when you're going to bed.
That's right. So let's do this thing like we always do, and I give each of my panelists a minute to give me their final thoughts. You can talk about anything from tonight's show, or just leave us with a nugget to think about until we meet again on next Friday. We'll start with my lovely auntie, Miss Sunshine. Please give me that final thought.
Okay, it's not about tonight's show, but I have my grandbaby who is my stinker, but she's 9. I have a 5th grader now.
Oh.
So we're excited about that. She's also autistic, so we are building trying to do some major things. So all I ask is that you all please live up the autistic community, because we need that support so much. And if you all got like games and things that you think that you can shoot to me any type of way, inbox me or whatever, that I can do with her over the summer, because she was supposed to go to Mississippi to see her grandfather, but she decided she ain't going. So we're gonna respect her wishes.
Love it.
So, something I can keep her busy with. So if you all have anything, please send it my way.
Sunshine, you do know your bio says no DMs or you'll be blocked.
Oh, that's for the dumb men. I'm okay with y'all. I'm okay.
Okay, I was like,
Is that what DM is? No dumb men.
Inboxing me over dumb stuff. I'm trying to discourage them, but you all are more than welcome. I'm sorry, I forgot that was even up there, baby. It's been up there so long since I've been on TikTok.
Just spell it out. Say it. All dumb men will be blocked.
But if y'all know any great things, any great games or something, she's like I said, she's 9, so she's gonna be 10 in July. She's July 8th and I'm July 13th. And so I wanna just, be able to keep her active, during the summer, even though it's a little hard for me to move around. I wanna make sure that she's able to do all kinds of things. I know she loves magnets, so I've been buying a bunch of those lately.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she likes magnets a lot. She built the whole castle last night of a magnet group. I got her of 102 pieces. She built that last night, sat up here for 2 hours in front, in the living room with me, and which I enjoyed the time with her, because she's growing up, so she don't want so much time with me. But she loved that, so. But I'm gonna get her some more active things. She does swim during the summertime, and she does play soccer. So we keep her busy. But if anybody got any other ideas, please just let me know.
Sunshine, does she do puzzles?
Girl, when I tell you that is her.
I love me some puzzles.
My baby love puzzles. I love puzzles. She's about 4 years old. We have bought her so many.
Give me a 5,000 piece puzzle. You won't see me for 2 weeks.
Faith is like that. I can't stand stuff like that.
That's my favorite stuff to do. I have a sister who was a principal in that.
What's her favorite music? What's her favorite music?
She doesn't like music. She
is not
into it at all. She doesn't like music. I'm a Tupac fan.
Come on now.
And one of my sisters, that's their thing. So my sister's a principal at DeSoto, and so she'll come get her for a couple weekends during the summertime, and that's all they're gonna do is do puzzles.
What about yours? What's your favorite chess music?
What's my favorite what?
Chess music.
My favorite music?
He said your favorite church music.
Oh, because that's not what I heard.
My favorite church music? Yeah, I honestly love the wine.
That's not what I heard at all.
I love the Winans and I love the Clark sisters. I'm old school, so I like a lot of the old school singers.
Thank you, God, for clarifying that, because I heard music, but I did not hear church. It is. My brain is starting to shut down. All right. Oh my God, that is hilarious. Okay, George, I want to thank you for joining me, and thank you for recognizing me and liking my videos. Please continue to do so. Let me make sure I hit the follow button for you as well. And I want you to go ahead and give me your final thought of the night. You're more than welcome to come back. I'm here only on Friday nights, 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight. Give me your final thoughts.
That's it.
Short and sweet. I love it. Well, thank you.
Meeting you, George.
Nice meeting you, George. Good night.
Nice meeting you, George.
Good night.
And George, take that damn number off your profile, George.
Please do. All right. Good night. All right, DP, it's on you. Thank you for coming through. I guess you got you a good nap tonight and you were able to show up. So I thank you for that. Give me your final thoughts.
So, first of all, I was on my way to go see Sinners.
Oh, you have not seen the movie yet?
I haven't seen it either.
Y'all are tripping. I saw it opening week.
And
I've avoided all spoilers.
driving on my way to the theater because most of the shows on the weekend at 7:15. So this was a late night.
Okay.
When that theater was packed, I said, "Oh yeah, these folks came to catch this last 10-15 show."
Wow.
To do all that, I like brought my tail back home and said, "You know what? I'll go this weekend. Won't go Labor Day because everybody keeps talking." My final.
Okay.
Memorial Day.
I heard somebody once say that we are all crabs in a barrel, and half of us can't breathe. And it made me think that we are so ready and willing to pull the ones that are trying to get out of the barrel back in the litter so we can all sit with the dead. And none of us here. And none of us. And none of us get out of that damn barrel. And we just got to do better. You know, I've been going through it back and forth with people because these sites like Ghetto Fights and all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Where they're putting up all of these images of Black people that are most debased. And I've been going in there just saying, this is not necessary. Whoever owns this site, what is your agenda? What is your agenda? Why do you need to? And then I would address our people because you can tell 99% of them are us filming this stuff. And then we're disseminating it on the internet. And then we wonder why people think we're animals, that we have
Thank
no
you, George.
culture, that we have no self-control. Because I tell them all the time, you don't see the Asian community. You can't tell me there's not violence in the Asian community, the Latino community, in the Indian, any other community. You know what those people don't do? They don't put their business out in the street to bring their community down. But we will sit there and post stuff like us going to the store with our EBT card, flexing because we got $500 worth of food stamps. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Is this what we've become? Have we been amongst them this long? It's just, so yeah, so that's been my battle all week. Going into these sites that always want to show these negative depictions of us to be, well, what is your point? I know what your agenda is, but why? Answer me, why do you need to keep showing Black people in the worst possible light? What does that do?
DP, unfortunately, that's not it. It looks like you are being challenged on that statement. Sorry, buddy. It looks like they're not gonna let you let slide with that one. So we're gonna give you a 2-for-1. We got Mooney and Sunset that want to challenge you on that one. So we're gonna Mooney's long-winded. We're gonna start with Sunset. Sunset.
It's a final thought, so that's his.
Okay,
Final thought. So
we're gonna let it.
I don't have to go back and forth on it. I just don't like when we compare ourselves to other cultures because we always want to compare where cultures are now, but you don't want to recognize where the other cultures came from and what led us to be where we are now. We didn't all have the same playing field. We didn't all start in the same place. So to compare ourselves to someone that we didn't even start with is kind of crazy to me. I don't ever want to be compared to. I don't want to be compared to nothing but Black, because that's what I am. I don't want to be compared to white folks. I don't want to be compared to Asian folks. They are following what's in their culture, And I mean, I guess I'm one of those people. I don't care what people think. I don't care. I don't care what the Asian culture thinks about the black culture. I don't care what the white culture thinks about the black. I don't care about those things to that depth. I care about how you treat me and what you do. But your opinion is irrelevant. Now, if you're taking your opinion and turning it into action to harm me, that's different. But in terms of just how you feel in your thought, do you? But I personally don't want to be compared to other cultures, because those people didn't go through what my people went through.
I'm not comparing us as far as our culture. I'm comparing how we are so quick and ready to base ourselves for clicks and likes, as opposed to anybody else. And that's what I don't understand. Why do
so are you not seeing that in other cultures?
And that's what I'm saying. Not to the extent that ours is.
Okay, and what so you might need to adjust your algorithm.
Maybe that's it then. Maybe I need to, because I know it's out there, but it just seems like constantly, and it's mainly on Facebook. It's not even on TikTok. It's mainly on Facebook, where these sites that you know. At first they were just coming across my thing, and I started to block them. But it just seems like they just, one site does everybody, but there's a few sites that just, for whatever reason, focus on Black people. And then I'm like, well, why are we even uploading that? Why do we need to show that side of us to people? I just don't understand it.
But when you say that, it sounds like, because my thing would be, let's fix the issue, not the uploading of it. But what I'm hearing you say is, why are we uploading it? Not why are we doing it?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But I still think that we should take a step back and say, like, what our children see this. You know what I'm saying? Like, what image do we want to be out there about us?
Okay, so I have a question for you. If we cleaned up, quote unquote, cleaned up our image, right? And so we're not on social media and videos of fighting and twerking and things of that nature, but other cultures are still doing it and we're still watching it. So now what?
Well, that's them. I don't understand. I know that they're doing, like you said, I'm not concerned with what they're doing within their culture. I'm concerned with what we're doing within ours.
Okay, I like that. So if we're not concerned with what they're doing, why are we comparing?
Mm.
No, I'm comparing why must we debase ourselves? It seems like we want to debase ourselves for clicks and views. And that's, to me, not a comparing what they do. Why are we doing this to ourselves?
Hold on, Moody.
I understand what you're saying, but I think it should go into, you need to take other cultures out of it. They don't need to be brought up in the argument of what it is that we need to change amongst our people. There doesn't need to say, if there's something in our community that you're saying, why are we doing X, Y, and Z, and we need to modify this and change this, period. It doesn't need to be because white people are, because Asians are, because Indians are, because others. No, I understand what you're saying, but my issue in it is that when you bring others into it, if there's some issue in our community that we need to fix, then let's focus on it and not bring in the comparison to other cultures who can't even relate to what our day-to-day is.
And you know what, Sunset? That I will agree with you on. You're absolutely right on that.
I like it. Well. Mooney?
Okay, so I'm going to resend it, DP. You cannot use my statement.
That was quick!
Absolutely resend it, because you used it for respectability politics. Let me tell you something, friend. I'm adopted, right? Me and my 3 sisters were adopted. We're not blood. I'll make it quickish for Mooney. Me and 3 of my sisters are adopted. We are not blood related. I'm the lightest one. They're all Black women. Okay? We were raised by white people, the rich white. When I tell you that the same thing that you see us do, they've been doing since millennial. Let me take it a step further. The white population in the United States has committed genocide, right? Against indigenous people. They have enslaved our people. Okay, they are statistically the highest crime rate, statistically the highest abusive rate, statistically the most people in prison, statistically they have done the worst things for 400 years, and it is on paper and in our history books, but nobody looks at them like they're monsters and says maybe you guys should get it right. Nobody. Why are Black people not allowed to make the same mistakes as everybody else? Why can't we go and act a fool like they've been doing for 400 years, right? They are the biggest recipients of EBT and food stamp cards. And when I tell you that they do not keep it a secret, they don't. But they're not called monsters or ghetto or whatever it is that you wanted to say. Do you know what they're called? They're just struggling right now and they're doing it so their kids don't have to. That's what they're called. The language that we use when white people do the same things that Black people use is very different. They do these things, yet nobody calls them monsters. Right? Nobody says maybe y'all should get it together. We as Black people we are so oppressed that we aren't even allowed to make the same mistakes as everybody else. I'm not saying that Black people need to not be oppressed so we can be successful. I'm saying that we need to not be oppressed so we can make the same mistakes as everybody else. That's respectability politics. You act like, and I said it earlier, even if we were perfect, even if we went to college, even if we all had jobs, even if we didn't have food stamps, even if there were no single mothers, even if we didn't twerk, even if we didn't fight, even if we didn't use food stamps, they would still call us monsters. They did it when they saw us minding our business on our own continent. They called us monsters. They're going to call us monsters no matter how good we are. When I say that we are crabs in a barrel and half of us can't breathe, the reason why we can't breathe is not because of us. The reason why half of us can't breathe is because we're in a barrel, If we weren't in a barrel, then you can say those that can't breathe, maybe it's their own doing. Maybe, because there's no barrel, there's no restrictions, there's no oppression. If there's no oppression, then you can say, well, this is where you are because of your choices. It's also the same reason why we look at white folks, and when they're not doing so well, we say, how are you not doing well? You're white. Where'd you mess up at? Like you have it all on a platter, right? You have it all on a platter. How did you mess up? And of course, I can recognize, I'm not unreasonable. I can recognize economic disparity. I get that. Okay. But I didn't say that half of us can't breathe because of us. Half of us can't breathe because we're in a barrel. There should be no barrel. We should be allowed to do the same things that white folks do. And if you think for a single second that white folks don't do this, and like Sunset Kisses said, the algorithm is bringing what you're looking for. Like my algorithm is entirely Black issues and politics. You know why? Because that's what I engage in. So I'm going to see more of it. But like I said, I grew up with white folks. I know the cheat code. You cannot fool me. I know what they do. And you know what I'd also know? What they tell us about us. And what they tell us about us is almost verbatim what you just said just now. Currently, maybe not intentionally, but you're doing the white man's work for it. I don't think you mean to, but that's what you're doing. So I would encourage you, friend, to really look at the bigger picture and really understand that it's not about us being perfect. It's about allowing us to be imperfect and still have the same forgiveness and grace and opportunity that the rest of the population has when they're imperfect. That's it. That's all. Also, justice for Adriana.
Amen to that, Adriana Smith.
And also, #ruin the vibe. #ruin the vibe.
I had to think about that one.
And shout out to Peach. Peach Loves is the person I got that from. Ruin the vibe.
Ruin the vibe. I like that.
That's all.
Very well done. All right. DP, do you want to amend your final statement? Or are we done here? I do believe this is the first time we've had an amendment to a final statement. I want to give you a moment, though. I want to give it to you, though.
And having my whole perspective. See, this is the second time Moita's. See, I'm not messing with Moita, because I'm tired of her shifting my perspective. And she does. See, but that's why.
No, friend, don't do that, because Sunset Kisses did it first, right? We gotta give credit to Sunset.
I'm just talking. I'm just being.
Well, listen, I'm ruining the vibe, friend. I'm ruining the vibe.
Sunset was the first one to set you on fire, sir.
Educating being what they've always been. And that's the backbone of who we are in our community. My mother, my aunts, and these women on this panel. And I was just like, every time I come on here, like, and I hear these women talk, and my perspective shifts because I never really thought, that you're right. We need to have the same grace.
Hey, Tina.
Excuse my just as fucked up as anybody else, and we should not be.
Set him up. He didn't put the F in it.
Oh, okay.
Really, I'm holding us to a higher standard than I hold them.
Yeah.
And there's a barbarian.
That was well put.
2-0 barbarians at the gate. Like, what the hell was I thinking? What have I been thinking?
Now that one did have an H on it.
What the heck is? See, and this is why, and in all sincerity, this is why Black women are so important. And I don't know if you guys know how important you are, because this is the definition of what I believe God meant when He made woman to help me. That doesn't mean that she's your servant. That means that she's to plug in the holes where you're lacking, where your thought is not. She's there to balance you and to have you think. Mooney did it to me 2 weeks ago, and her and Sunset Kisses, reshifted me again. Like, I do say that, and you know what? I need to stop, because that's right. We need to have the same grace as everybody else gets. And if you said, and they're still not going to like us, and that is respectability politics. That really is. They're still, no matter what we do right, or what, they're still not going to like us because it's innate within them not to like us. Wow. So now I'm going to sit at the half.
DP. Shout out to you, DP, because then I'm going to be. My experience with men, a lot of men.
A lot of them.
Normally like this. Usually I get a lot of pushback from the gentleman. And I know Sunset does too. Usually when her and I girl, usually when we speak like this, we, and I'm not, look, yes, I'm about to praise you for doing the bare minimum, but forget the basement, the bar is in the basement. Okay, just forget, the bar is in the basement. So I am going to give you props for doing the bare minimum. It is refreshing. I'm not going to say I appreciate it, but it is refreshing to have this be a response from a man. It's refreshing.
Does that not qualify as a backhanded compliment? Because I can't. That was a good job.
I'm not going to do that, but it is refreshing. It is refreshing.
This is something that I know. And if I don't know, I should know.
Oh, God.
Why have I allowed myself to be able to critique how bad we are? Because she's right. It's like, when they say, so long ago, but I'm like,
because baby, we're on a barrel and we can't see outside the barrel.
And you can't use that for, she's already rescinded your right to use the phrase, so. All right.
Just file an appeal. And I'll take it under consideration.
I love it. This is the first time.
I appreciate it, because a lot of times, like Mooney mentioned, on other platforms, I'd have got cussed out.
Right.
They're like, she can read. She's a witch.
I'm not told I talk like a white person, so.
Wait a minute. She can read. She's a witch.
She's a witch. How do you know she can read? She's a witch.
That is so funny. Burn her at the stake.
She can count.
All right, we are done. Miss T, give me your final thought. His booty is cutting up. Come on, Miss T. T Marie, I'm sorry. T Marie says it's time to go and her butt is muted. Could you unmute and give me your thoughts?
You know what? Was that me? Was this you to me last week when I fell asleep?
She just wrote it in the comments. I just read it. She said, Marquise, time to go. Okay, it's time to go, and now it's time for you to speak. Oh no, oh God. Okay, now I can't read. I'm sleepy. My brain is shutting down.
You can't read, you're safe, and you're also a leader that protects and provides. So, as a man who can't read, you're the leader.
I love it. All right, Africa, because it appears that T Marie has fallen asleep. I'm going to do her countdown. Going once, going twice, going to the comments for daring to fall asleep during the live. All right, Miss Africa, it's on you now. Could you give me your final thoughts? Hopefully, it won't spin it to yet another lesson for DP.
My final thoughts is just that my prayers are with Adriana Smith's family.
Yeah.
And I just hate the situation that she's in because from all accounts of what I've read about her, this is such a sad way for her to, be considering she's no longer actually with us, but her existence is being overshadowed by her being a tester, a guinea pig. Yeah. And my prayer is just that by all accounts, if God can override the machines, that he do his will and override them and let her go ahead and leave here by some kind of miracle or something, because I don't agree with it. I don't like it. And luckily, I have my favorite brother whose panel I can sit on, and I ain't got to get booted and blocked out of the comments because I don't agree with science that they're trying to do, because I do throw Henrietta Lacks in everybody's panel, and for some reason that seems to get me blocked and sent to TikTok to explain why I said what I said. So that is my final thoughts. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Y'all next week.
I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for joining me tonight. Happy Memorial Day. Enjoy your weekend. I want to just take the opportunity to thank all of my panelists that are here. Everybody but Coco. Everybody but Coco. But because what
by the way, everyone, side note, I'm in Austin for the next 2 days. I don't know what's going on here. It's a very weird place. So if anyone's from Austin, get in my DMs. Tell me where all the black folks are, because I can't find them. That's all.
Okay, very good. I want to just thank you all, because even though what I love about what I do here, or the place that I've created, is we know how to come in here and be ourselves. And even though we may not necessarily agree, we can challenge each other, we can argue, and we can still, even in those moments, see each other. We can still understand each other, even though we don't agree. Coco obviously lacks that ability. But I thank everybody else for being able to demonstrate that even in that moment. And it always just makes me feel so good, because I'm able to leave here with even more than I came each and every week. So I just have to say that I thank all of y'all. My entire family, my original family, showed up tonight. So it was really, really cool to have all of y'all back outside of the crazy people that normally come. So it was just a wonderful, wonderful show. Again, I'm only here 8:30 Central Standard Time until midnight on Friday. So please come back on next week. And until we meet again, I love you all with the love of God, and I'll see you guys next Friday. Have a good one.
Good night.
Bye. Oh, crap. Let me wrap. Okay, folks, and that is the end of this show. I want to thank you all for joining me on YouTube. I know you guys oftentimes are watching this after the fact, so I hope you enjoy it. Leave those comments, like, share, comment, and subscribe if you haven't. I'm only here on Friday nights. I am Faith and Bishop 2 everywhere. That is Facebook, that is Instagram, that is TikTok, and that is definitely YouTube. And I thank you all for your love and your support. I thank you all for being here tonight, and for those of you who are watching, I think are watching after the fact. I thank you for that as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and see my brain shutting down. I'm going to go ahead and shut this thing on down, and I'll see you all on next Friday. So love you all, and have a good one. All right, where is my? Let's end this thing. Good night.